Sincere Jaden. America is Atlantis. Sincere Jaden. America is Egypt. Sincere Jaden. America is Atlantis. America is Egypt. America is Atlantis. America is Egypt. America is Atlantis. America is Egypt. Sincere Jaden. Sincere Jaden. Sincere Jaden.
In this episode, we'll be exploring acknowledged Old Kingdom Egypt, dating from about 2700 to 2200 BC, and we'll be providing evidence for unacknowledged and highly controversial still older Kingdom Egypt, stretching back perhaps tens of thousands of years. This notion is dismissed, often ridiculed, by academic scholars of today. However, the ancient Egyptians themselves, in several chronological tablets and papyri, detail the existence of these earlier periods of their own history. They talk of long periods when Egypt was ruled by the Necheru, the gods or principles themselves, and then another long period when Egypt was ruled by the Shemsu-Hor, the companions or followers of Horus. The ancient tablets give the names of the kings and the regnal years, and when this is computed out, it comes out to something like 36,000 years. This is, of course, anathema to our contemporary scholars, who ascribe these writings to the fantasy and romance of the ancient primitive mind. This assumes that contemporary scholars know more about ancient Egyptian history than the ancient Egyptians themselves. Think of Old Kingdom Egypt, and the first images that come to mind will likely be the pyramids of Giza and the Great Sphinx. These, Egyptologists assure us, are products of the 4th dynasty, around 2500 BC. Prior to the Pyramid Age, Saqqara went up, the great necropolis 10 miles south of Giza. Built by King Zoser of the 3rd dynasty, around 2700 BC, according to a plan devised by Imhotep, a legendary sage, at once chief of the architects, mathematicians, astronomers, doctors, a sort of proto-Leonardo. Today, Saqqara is an impressive ruin. Even after 3/4 of a century of extensive restoration and repair, it's still difficult to imagine Saqqara in its original, massive, elegant, pristine glory. But a faithful architectural reconstruction comes as something of a revelation. If you were told that this was a new campus for the University of Arizona or New Mexico, designed by Frank Lloyd Wright, you'd regard it as a work of strictly contemporary genius. This went up around 2700 BC. In and of itself, it seems to contradict the notion that this is a civilization barely emerging from primitivism, a civilization obsessed with death, possessing no real science, mathematics, astronomy, slavishly worshipping a pantheon of animal-headed gods. Something doesn't fit. And before Saqqara, there are the mud brick tombs of the kings of the 1st and 2nd dynasties, around 3000 BC. Ruinous today, but originally covered in brightly colored adobe. The paint is gone, but some of the adobe is still in place 5,000 years later. This gives us some idea of the preservative qualities of the Egyptian climate, and as we shall see, it has some relevance to our redating of the Great Sphinx of Giza and of ancient Egypt in general. For we are told that Egyptian civilization began at this time, around 3000 BC, and before that, arising as if by magic out of primitive Neolithic settlements, producing crude pottery, crude agricultural implements and the like, nothing that would suggest the glory of Saqqara, to say nothing of the pyramids and Sphinx, supposedly just a few centuries in the future. There is a contradiction and a problem here, sometimes acknowledged, rarely addressed by the academic fraternity. It might be equivalent to going from the first horseless carriage to the contemporary Porsche or Mercedes, with effectively nothing in between. Perhaps even more astonishing is the fact, also acknowledged but seldom addressed, that Egypt was at its height early in the Old Kingdom. Nothing produced by Egypt thereafter surpassed and seldom equaled the masterpieces of the Old Kingdom. Moreover, it's generally accepted that in Egypt all of the sciences, mathematics, astronomy, medicine, the hieroglyphs, the religious system, were all in place by Old Kingdom times, with no indication or little indication of a period of development. 500 years to go from this to this? Here are the facts. Around 3000 BC, dynastic Egypt appears almost out of nowhere. Artistically and architecturally, it starts simply. No stone structures, but massive mud brick tombs, and small but accomplished stone and ivory artifacts. Yet it would appear that the sciences are already intact and fully developed. Mathematics, astronomy, medicine, the complex enigmatic funerary texts, that knowledge is the legacy, and it takes but a few centuries to bring the execution of that knowledge, architecturally and artistically, to perfection.
From a time stretching back into murky prehistory, the art and architecture of ancient Egypt stand as proof of an almost supernatural control of the material world, and an eerie understanding of the secrets of nature and the laws of beauty. Nowhere is this more apparent than at the Cairo Museum, where hundreds of thousands of priceless treasures paint a very different picture of our distant, supposedly primitive past. Present at the very beginning, the supremely refined craftsmanship, the impenetrable materials, the harmonic proportions, and the esoteric content embodied within each work speak to millennia of development and evolution. In these enigmatic treasures, we see the telltale signs of the legacy of high knowledge and ability from pre-antiquity, which empowered the ancient sages, architects, sculptors, and scribes to realize timeless masterpieces which were simultaneously instruments of powerful magic.
The Cairo Museum is a treasure trove, a kind of a giant warehouse filled with masterpieces. Within it, we find bits and pieces of direct and indirect evidence supporting our hypothesis of the lost civilization. Used to produce these bowls, and also some of the other statues of Egypt, almost defy modern technology. There's a hardness index. The hardest mineral known is diamond, has an index of 10. Next is carborundum. Steel files have a hardness of 6. These stones are harder than steel files. The Egyptians are supposed to have had only copper tools to work these stones into shape. This is difficult enough, almost unimaginable, as far as the sculpture is concerned. When we come to hollowing out stone bowls carved of these materials, it beggars the imagination, and yet there are the bowls, and there are the statues. Further evidence, we think, although we can't really prove this, is the esoteric message enshrined within some of this magnificent sculpture. Seen one way, we have, for example, in the Khafra statue, Horus protecting the king. Seen another way, we see Horus as the principle of salvation, or return to the source, assimilated into the consciousness of the king. So we have a portrait of the divinized or exalted or self-realized human being. Two different ways of looking at exactly the same statue. Look at it head on, all you see is the king, right? It's only when you get around to the side, that you see the falcon behind his head. Now the falcon represents, of course, higher consciousness, the return to the source, salvation, blah, blah. But the message, to me, is a very deliberate one on the part of the sculptor. He didn't have to do it that way. He can show the falcon bigger. You see even the way the falcon's wings are smoothed down into the headdress so you can't see him. So, in other words, enlightenment is not obvious. In other words, from the front, it's just a king, a very royal king. But from the side, and it's usually said Horus is protecting the king. The king doesn't need any goddamn protection. What's really being symbolized is that he's integrated Horus consciousness into his own. If we look at these magnificent specimens of Old Kingdom art and realize that these are not just works of genius sculpture, but that they enshrine a highly sophisticated metaphysical and scientific doctrine, we begin to realize that ancient Egypt is not as we have been taught, and that this doctrine could not have been developed within a couple of hundred years, and is almost certainly a legacy handed down over the generations from that still earlier civilization.
Quote, "The cradle of symbolism used in all masonry is placed by many of the best authorities in that country which they believe was first inhabited, i.e. the plateau of Tartary, and from there transmitted to this generation by the sages of India, Persia, Ethiopia, and Egypt. We are not indebted to either ancient Egypt for either religion or masonry, but to America. It is a fact that at Memphis, Egypt, and the pyramids, under the guidance of the kings, the mystic rites of masonry were worked many thousands of years ago, but at that time, Egypt and the continent of America were one and the same. In America, rediscovered in the 15th century and repopulated in the 17th, was recovered Egypt and the Promised Land, or land of the constellation of the Eagle. Study of the American constellations, Scorpio, Sagittarius, and Capricornus, reveals the immemorial antiquity of the name America and the significance of the arms of the United States. The fact once recognized that it is impossible to separate the eagle from America, the land shadowed with wings of Isaiah, over which accordingly appeared two grand eagles. The red swan flying down the Milky Way, and the winged steeds, Pegasus and Equus, all the wings known to astronomy, without taking the bear from Russia, Perseus from Persia, and a flood of light is poured upon the history and mythology, and where heretofore much has been vague and inscrutable, now we are able to at least see men as trees walking. In following the course of the constellations, those immovably and perpetually fastened upon America are reached. It will appear, while all that is sublime in the historic past centers upon Egypt, all that is sublime in the prehistoric past centers upon America. Atlantis, as the curtain which has hitherto concealed the prehistoric connection between the peoples of ancient Egypt and America, is lifted. It will be seen that the people of the Eagle on the Nile, being descended from the original people of the Eagle on this continent, the twain are one, and that prehistoric America was the original Egypt, or Eagle Land, prior to the mighty dispensation in the days of Peleg, when the earth was divided and the great globe itself was nearly rent asunder. End quote. Quote, says Agassiz, first born among continents, America has been falsely denominated the New World. Hers was the first dry land lifted out of the waters. Hers was the first shore washed by the ocean that enveloped all the earth besides, while Europe was represented only by islands. Rising here and there above the sea, America, Atlantis, already stretched in an unbroken line from Nova Scotia to the far west.
The story of the 1800s discovery of Egypt found in Yucatan Peninsula. While in Mesoamerica by way of using murals, sculptures, and engravings from Uxmal and Chichen Itza, Le Plongeon recreated and narrated a history of several key Mayan rulers and their link to other cultures. The story, according to Le Plongeon, occurred 11,500 years ago. His history appeared fully developed in his book Sacred Mysteries Among the Maya and Quiches, and told of the love between Queen Mu, Isis, and Prince Ko, Osiris, and of his death by the hand of his jealous brother Aac. According to Le Plongeon's interpretation, during a period of civil unrest after the death of Prince Ko, Queen Mu was forced to flee to Egypt and on her arrival was recognized as a long-lost sister. The story was substantiated, Le Plongeon felt, not only by the wealth of artifacts recovered during excavations from Uxmal and Chichen Itza, but also by what he interpreted as the cremated remains of Prince Ko's heart. Le Plongeon tells us it was the story that was graphically illustrated on the walls of the upper temple of the Jaguars and in the story of the Troano manuscript. Le Plongeon asserts that According to their own history and legend, during prehistoric times, the Mayans entered the Yucatan from the west led by Itzamna, their earliest mentioned leader and hero. Along a pathway mysteriously opened through the waters, they came from the far east beyond the ocean. Before the pharaohs, a second migration occurred sometime later, during the 2nd century AD. Led by Kukulkan, a miraculous priest and teacher who became the founder of the Mayan kingdom and civilization. Of special interest to Le Plongeon was a story contained in the Troano manuscript that told of a dreadful natural cataclysm, most likely an earthquake. Several pages at the beginning of the second part were dedicated to recounting the awful phenomena that occurred during the cataclysm that submerged 10 countries. Among them was the large island called the Land of Mu, situated among the strangely crooked line of islands historically known as the West Indies. To the Maya, it was the Land of the Scorpion. Le Plongeon was astonished and gratified to find an account of the events written during the lives of the characters he found in the ruins. Their history, described in the mural paintings, was also told in the legends and sculptures still adorning the walls of their palaces and temples. He was also pleased to learn that these ancient celebrities had already been converted, at the time of the Troano manuscript, into gods of the elements. To the new Maya, these beings became the agents who produced the terrible earthquakes that violently shook the lands of the West, as told in the narrative of the Akab Cib, and laid the island to rest beneath the waves of the Atlantic Ocean. With the deciphering of the Troano manuscript, the story of Queen Mu continued. Sailing out from the Yucatan, she sought refuge in the land of the Scorpion, the West Indies, but discovered that Mu, the heart of the land, had vanished. With no alternatives, she continued her voyage eastward and succeeded in reaching Egypt and Nubia. Le Plongeon substantiates this by implying that she is mentioned on Egyptian monuments and in papyri, always referred to as Queen Mao, Mu. To the Egyptians, she is better known as the goddess Isis, wearing vestments of various colors that imitate featherwork, similar to the plumage of the macaw, after which she was named in the Mayan language. Before the pharaohs, a very interesting statue crowned Prince Ko's mausoleum, a dying leopard with a human head. To Le Plongeon, it was a veritable sphinx, and possibly the prototype of the mysterious Egyptian sphinx. This Mayan sphinx, like the leopard in the sculptures, has 3 deep holes in its back, symbolic of the wounds inflicted by his brother Aac. This brave Mayan warrior, whose enemies could not kill in a fair fight, was treacherously slain by his cowardly brother, just as Osiris, in Egypt, was murdered by his brother Seth, and for the same motive, jealousy. In Egyptian history, Osiris comes to us as a myth. However, according to Le Plongeon, Prince Ko, the beloved Uzil, was a tangible reality. The remains of his charred heart were found, as well as the weapons that caused his death. In Sacred Mysteries among the Maya and Quiches, Le Plongeon endeavors to show, from the identity of their history and from that of their names and totems, that the Egyptians worshipped Seb, Nut, and their children as gods. Le Plongeon argues that these were the same personages as the royal Mayan family, King Kanchi, his wife, Zak, and their 5 children.
I said the prototype of the Madonna and Child right here in the Nubian Museum. Here we can see, as I said before, what makes the European one more sacred when this one was first, where they actually plagiarized it from. In fact, from this little chart right here, let me read it. This statuette of the goddess Isis suckling the young god horse, Haru, symbolizing the idea of motherhood in ancient Egypt. Later on, the Coptic artists used this notion to represent the Virgin Mary suckling the child Jesus. That's right there on that plate. So this is where the ideas are coming from. Europeans have nothing original. The only thing on her lap, I said the prototype of the Madonna and Child right here in the Nubian Museum.
The Egyptian Ant Cross, in Mexico? That's right. The ruins of a mysterious Aztec temple bears a strange and striking resemblance to Egypt's Ankh cross. This Aztec Ankh temple is perfectly aligned with an Egyptian-like stone pyramid at the same archaeological site. Scholars doubt any Aztec connection to the Egyptians, since both cultures evolved on opposite sides of the Atlantic Ocean, and were never in contact. Yet, strangely, the meaning of this Aztec Ankh seems suspiciously parallel to the meaning behind Egypt's Ankh cross. Pyramid aligned with an Egyptian-style Ankh cross temple, Calixtlahuaca, Mexico. The Aztecs and the Egyptians were parallel civilizations in many ways, despite having evolved on opposite sides of the Atlantic Ocean. Both cultures built pyramids, both used solar symbolism, and both believed in life after death, preparing their dead for a journey to the afterlife via an elaborate and highly ritualistic ceremony. Both cultures also used a very similar Tau cross symbol for the very same purpose, to signify the forces and interplay between physical life, which they saw as temporary, material, and spiritual life, which they saw as eternal, spiritual. In Egypt, this cross was called Ankh, which was formed by a Tau cross, looks like the letter T, with a loop on top of it. Egypt's Ankh cross is a Tau symbol with a loop on top. In Mexico, the Aztecs and Mayas used the same exact Tau cross, only with no loop. Tau-shaped icons built by the Mayans, forerunner of the Aztecs. The Tau cross was common enough in Egyptian symbolism that it has sometimes also been called the Egyptian cross. The Spanish conquistadors found the cross to be well known as a symbol by the Incas and Aztecs. Jeffrey W. Bromley, International Standard Bible Encyclopedia, AD. The Egyptian Tau, the sign of life, also occurs on Central American monuments. Robert S. Little, The Living Age. Usually the Aztecs did not put a loop above their Tau cross. However, there exists in ruins a cruciform-shaped building located at an archaeological site called Calixtlahuaca in present-day Mexico. This Aztec Ankh cruciform building is stunningly similar, in both shape and design, to countless Ankh crosses depicted by the Egyptians. Can it be proven that both the Egyptians and Aztecs used this same cross symbol to convey the same spiritual beliefs? The Ankh was, for the ancient Egyptians, the symbol, the actual hieroglyphic sign, of life. But not the life that we think of when we use the word life. It was symbolic of another kind of life, namely the spiritual life of the soul that most of us do not recognize in our day-to-day existence. The Ankh cross is sometimes called the key of life. There is one basic mistake Egyptologists are making when it comes to Egyptian civilization. They believe the Egyptians were preoccupied with death. Egyptologists repeat this over and over again like a mantra. They are wrong, the complete opposite is true. The Egyptians were profoundly focused on life, which they took to be the spiritual being within them, the part that never dies. Here's the difference, and this is important. The Egyptians were convinced, like so many of us are, that when a person passed away, something that formerly animated that person's body was now missing or had fled. They believed much more strongly than we do that this non-material self, the soul within, or God within, was the vital force, and the source of consciousness. They saw this soul as their real selves, the real, life eternal, which they symbolized with the Ankh cross, today found everywhere among the ruins. Unlike the Egyptians, modern Westerners are far more attached to the material world and physical body. We identify with our bodies, cars, homes, and careers. To the Egyptians, we are the ones preoccupied with death, and overly concerned with our own perishable material selves. We identify not with the soul, but with the transitory vehicle it temporarily inhabits. Although in Egypt life itself was seen as a manifestation of the divine, and therefore something that could be enjoyed and should be celebrated, identifying solely with the body as we moderns do transforms the body into a tomb and the world into a prison. By constantly nurturing the soul, they were practicing for life after death, one might say. When death came, therefore, nothing vital was considered lost. Today, if death comes to a man with a mansion, a fleet of cars, and a large company or hedge fund, all is lost. Richard Casaro, written in stone, decoding the secret Masonic religion hidden in Gothic cathedrals and world architecture. The Aztecs believed in precisely this same life as the Egyptians. For the Aztecs, as for many of us, a person's death was not the end of their existence, instead it was the end merely of the physical life of that person. There was something inside that continued to exist, that lived on after death. The Aztecs believed that people lived on when their life on Earth was over. The kind of afterlife they had depended on the way they had lived in this life. When someone died, their family dressed them in their best clothes. The family danced and chanted funeral prayers, then the Aztec's body was buried, with the Aztec's possessions and enough food for the long journey to the underworld. Dr. Elizabeth Baquedano, The Aztecs, Understanding People in the Past. In the Aztec religion there was the belief in a life after death. In relation to this belief the Aztecs show an ethical ideal to attain, evidenced in their struggle of good against evil. In this case the mission of the Aztecs was to be on the side of the sun, the symbol of good, opposing the fearful gods of darkness, the symbols of evil. D. Nora B. Mendez, Evangelicals in Mexico, their hymnody and its theology. Whereas the Egyptians used the Ankh cross, formed in part by the Tau, to express this concept of life beyond death, the Aztecs did as well. The Aztec Tau cross was identical to the Egyptian. Aztec Tau cross, also called the Tree of Life, housed in the Anthropology Museum in Mexico City. This image recurs in pre-Hispanic codices. In the Aztec world, the Tau cross is the Tree of Life. Gary Varner, Mysteries of Native American Myth and Religion. The cross was a sacred symbol in practically every religion. Among the Aztecs of ancient Mexico, it was known as the Tree of Life. Jean Dallaire, Mystery Teaching in the West, 1935. As a symbol of the Tree of Life, the Aztec Tau cross, like the Egyptian Tau, symbolized the concept of life and life after death, the same life after death the Egyptians symbolized using the Ankh cross. It should be noted that the Aztecs were not the only pre-Columbian American culture to use the Tau. The T-shaped doorway or window appears as a common architectural motif in stone masonry across Mesoamerica. It is found, for instance, at Chaco Canyon in northern New Mexico and Mesa Verde in southwestern Colorado. Steps leading through a T-shaped doorway down into Casa Rinconada, the Great Kiva at Chaco Canyon, NM. In his classic book Atlantis, The Antediluvian World, Ignatius Donnelly says the Tau was an important icon signifying hidden wisdom for Mexicans as well as for Peruvians, Egyptians, Phoenicians, and Chaldeans. Donnelly says it was emblematic of rejuvenation, freedom from physical suffering, hope, immortality, and divine unity. The mystic Manly P. Hall held a similar view. Augustus Laplongeon, in his Sacred Mysteries among the Mayas and Quiches, notes that the crux ansata, which he calls the key to the Nile and the symbol of symbols, either in its complete form or as a simple tau, was to be seen adorning the breasts of statues and bas-reliefs at Palenque, Copan, and throughout Central America. He notes that it was always associated with water, that among the Babylonians it was the emblem of the water gods, among the Scandinavians, of heaven and immortality, and among the Mayas, of rejuvenation and freedom from physical suffering. Manly Hall, The Secret Teachings of All Ages. Getting back to the Tau being a direct link that connects the Egyptians with the Aztecs, we can see in the following parallel artwork how both cultures, the Egyptians and Aztecs, created similar drawings associated with the Tau cross. Left, Aztec Tree of Life. Right, Egyptian Ankh Cross of Life. Both depict Tau crosses. In both images there are twin deities facing inward, toward the cross. The positions of their arms, hands, feet and legs are almost perfectly parallel. Note how in both images above there are deities flanking the cross. In both instances the deities are striking symmetrical poses, facing the cross. Also, in both instances, the deities seem to be making the same precise bodily gestures. We see this in the positions of the hands, arms, legs, feet and heads. In one of the Kabbalistic Masonic legends, Hiram Abiff is given a hammer in the form of a tau by his ancestor, Tubal-Cain. The Tau cross is preserved to modern masonry under the symbol of the T-square. This appears to be the oldest form of the cross extant. The Tau cross used to build patterns in a window at the convent of Saint Anthony near Castro Jerez, Spain. The philosophical cross, the two lines running in opposite directions, the horizontal and the perpendicular, the height and breadth, which the geometrizing deity divides at the intersecting point, and which forms the magical as well as the scientific quaternary, when it is inscribed within the perfect square, is the basis of the occultist. Within its mystical precinct lies the master key which opens the door of every science, physical as well as spiritual. It symbolizes our human existence, for the circle of life circumscribes the 4 points of the cross, which represent in succession birth, life, death and immortality. H.P. Blavatsky, Isis Unveiled. The fool, sitting for days beneath the tree of life, which has the shape of a Tau cross, intent on finding his spiritual self, suddenly climbs a branch and dangles upside down like a child, forgetting for a moment all that he is and all that he knows. The Hanged Man, 12, is the 12th trump or major arcana card in most traditional tarot decks. It is used in game playing as well as in divination. Money and coins fall down from his pockets, but instead of seeing money he sees merely metal and paper. He feels as though he's hanging between the mundane world and the spiritual world, able to see both. The moment feels surreal, connections he never understood before are made, mysteries are revealed. The biggest mystery of all is the realization that he is not merely the physical body, that part of himself that is physical and temporary. He is composed of a spiritual inner self, a soul, and that this soul is eternal, it was never born and will never die. In his book The Pictorial Key to the Tarot, A.E. Waite, the designer of the Rider-Waite Tarot deck, described the Hanged Man as the man who suddenly recognizes, or, better, resurrects, his higher self and higher nature, which until then had in a sense been dead within him. The gallows from which he is suspended forms a Tau cross. There is a nimbus about the head of the seeming martyr. It should be noted, 1, that the tree of sacrifice is living wood, with leaves thereon, 2, that the face expresses deep entrancement, not suffering, 3, that the figure, as a whole, suggests life in suspension, but life and not death. He who can understand that the story of his higher nature is embedded in this symbolism will receive intimations concerning a great awakening that is possible, and will know that after the sacred mystery of death there is a glorious mystery of resurrection. A.E. Waite, The Pictorial Key to the Tarot. In conclusion, today, the prevailing anthropological view of antiquity among scholars is that ancient and indigenous peoples worldwide developed their own complex cultures independent of outside influence or inspiration. Any suggestions to the contrary have been generally dismissed as either fanciful, racist, or demeaning. Ancient peoples worldwide, scholars have argued, were fully capable of developing their own civilizations. But nagging evidence still remains, evidence like the Ankh cross and Tau cross symbol being found worldwide, and particularly among the Egyptians and pre-Columbian American cultures.
As you could probably tell from Ana Lucia reading the title of my first book, Saint and Nation, I'm a scholar of early modern religious culture and particularly of saints. So I'm always thinking about and with saints. And so when Black saints stumbled onto my radar, I immediately perked up my ears. And once I started paying attention to Black saints, I started seeing them everywhere on the landscape of early modern religious life and religious culture. But very few people had studied them or knew anything about them, about the saints, about when people started venerating them, and how and why they came to be where they are, both. And by where, I mean where they are geographically, the role that they have in Catholic devotions. So as I began to invest, like a lot of projects, it started fairly small. Oh, I'm interested in this very, 4 saints, basically. And then as I began to investigate, becomes the bigger and more complex the topic became. And so I started thinking about not just those questions I just mentioned about, who these figures were historically and how they came to be objects of veneration, but the ways in which devotion to Black saints started circulating, because I noticed very quickly that you could find these cults in Spain, in Portugal, in Portuguese Atlantic Islands, in Luanda, in Brazil, everywhere in Spanish South America and Mexico. And so I started thinking very spatially about them also. So how did this devotion circulate through all these sites, from the Mediterranean to the Americas and across the Atlantic again. And so that led me, of course, to start really thinking about the intertwined histories of race and religion, of the slave trade and Catholicism on local and national and global scales. So the four main figures, part of the study, are all officially recognized holy people. I mean, if you go to the liturgy of the Catholic Church today, these saints are there. They're officially recognized. People of sub-Saharan African origin or descent. So when I say Black, I make that distinction because we can talk about this later if you'd like to. There's the phenomenon of the Black Madonna, which is a medieval phenomenon, and I was trying to kind of make the distinction between those two categories of saints. So in the project, I began kind of intellectually with Spain because that's my area of expertise. And at the beginning of the project, I wasn't sure what the geographic parameters would be. But then I kind of quickly realized that there were possibly a majority, yes, definitely a majority of images of Black saints in Iberia or in Portugal, actually, and not in Spain. So there are quite a number of Spain, but there are even more in Portugal. And so then I realized, okay, I need to start thinking about Portugal. I need to, more seriously. And I had actually never been to Portugal before. I started working on this project. So I started my first forays into Portugal itself was looking for images of Black saints in Portuguese churches. And so I knew, of course, about the presence of Black saints in the Americas, particularly in Brazil, because there are so many, hundreds if not thousands of images of Black saints in South America, and most visibly in Brazil, where the Black confraternities were very strong and where devotion to Black saints among the Afro-Brazilian population remains really strong. So while I was thinking about, okay, from Spain to Portugal to the Americas, I've been trying to get a grasp on how to organize this project, how to understand the relationship between these places, and thinking about how devotions circulate globally. So I wanted to do that, but with simultaneously being aware that I was talking about these huge, rich, variable communities throughout, a huge swath of the globe, and that I wasn't going to be able to do I wanted to kind of do all of the depth of research in every single one of these sites that I could, but I realized, okay, I can't do that. I have to step away from it. And I got most interested in trying to understand circulation and how circulation of devotion happens in the early modern period, and what it means, what that can tell us about early modern Catholicism, about Black Catholicism, about the sort of development of ideas, about discourses, about not just about race, but also about Blackness, and particularly this category of sacred Blackness, which was kind of a problem, basically a problem for early modern white clergy that they had to grapple with. And in some of the texts, you can kind of see them grappling with it. So, and the reason why it is a problem for them is because in Catholic understanding, saints are recognized as having lived without mortal sin. They can't be criticized, and they are owed veneration from every Catholic. So the elevation of a Black saint turns established social and spiritual hierarchies on their head, at least discursively, right, theologically.
NBC's Claudio Labonga is in Vatican City. Claudio, what do we know about what happened at that meeting this morning? And can you explain to the viewers who don't know why this is so rare?
Well, Alex, as far as meetings go, it doesn't get more historic than this one. As soon as we saw the two popes together, we knew that this was a one of a kind. They were both dressed in white, of course, the only difference being with Pope Francis was wearing a little sash and a little cape there. Pope Benedict XVI, the emeritus, of course, walked to the helipad in his walking cane, looking very frail, waiting for the Pope Francis to arrive in his white helicopter, and they embraced in a long embrace. That was one of the first moving moments of this historic meeting, because after that they went into the summer residence, went to into the private chapel to pray together, and Pope Benedict XVI offered to Pope Francis the stool that is reserved for popes to pray in front of the altar. And Pope Francis said, no, we are brothers, and we are going to pray together. And so they did. They kneeled together on the same stool in a very symbolic moment, of course. So then they went into the library, and Pope Francis gave Pope Benedict XVI a small icon of Our Lady of Humility, and he said, well, the first person I thought of when I saw this icon was you. Well, of course, again, expressing and extending his gratitude for the 8 years of his papacy. And they went on into a very informal lunch, and then he flew back to the Vatican with the same helicopter. Well, I must say, to the great disappointment of the hundreds of people that gathered in Castel Gandolfo, hoping for the Pope or the popes together to appear on that balcony, Alex.
Yes, but nonetheless, what a day, and what pictures you are able to bring us. Thank you so much, NBC's Claudia Lavonga from Vatican City.
From your own research, who's the historical Jesus Christ?
Yeah, this is a good question. Now, I have spoken about Akhenaten, King Akhenaten, as being biblical Moses, and his father was Amenhotep III, whom I think to be biblical Solomon, who is the great-grandson of Thutmose III of the 18th century, whom I think is the historical King David.
There was a Freemason in the 1800s before Rockefeller decided to create Egyptology and remove the mummies of the West to the East, and before the Great Reset, when the Masons took the monuments of the Americas to the East, there was a Mason Le Plongeon who wrote a lengthy history of Maya culture, going so far as to propose a theory that Mayas were a part of the lost continent of Atlantis and were ancestral to ancient Egypt, and that the Americas was Egypt before Egypt existed in the mind of man. He discovered in excavation of Chichen Itza in 1875 Queen Mu and her brothers Prince Ko and Prince Ace on the murals and inscriptions that they found there. He found undisputable evidence that Queen Mu was Queen Isis and Prince Ko was Osiris, and that the murals predated ancient Egypt, that Queen Mu, fleeing the wrath of her brother Prince Ace, who murdered her brother Prince Ko, she fled back to remnants of Atlantis, but settled in Nubia.
When Spyro came to the mind of the public, can you read the headline up there? It says King Tut's tomb found in the Arkansas River Valley.
Spoke about Tutankhamun and Jesus in the last part, that Tutankhamun and Jesus are the same person. So who's the mother? Who's Nefertiti then?
Yeah, Nefertiti is a very important part, because she is the wife of Akhenaten, whom I have identified as being the same person as Moses of the Bible, and she's also the mother of Tutankhamun, whom I have identified as being Jesus of the Bible. You see, Nefertiti played a very major, important part, because you see, without Nefertiti, Akhenaten would have not been the same. because Amenhotep III, the father of Nefertiti and Akhenaten, he married his heiress, his sister, Sitamun, and he got Nefertiti from her. So Nefertiti became the heiress. But at the same time, he married another woman, the daughter, the daughter of Uriah, his minister, whom I think to be Joseph of the Bible, and produced Akhenaten. So Akhenaten was not the son of the heiress, so he had no right to follow his father on the throne, Amenhotep III. So by Nefertiti marrying him, because he married the heiress Nefertiti, he was able to be a king. Then again, we can see from the pictures, from the scenes that is available from Amarna and Egypt, that Nefertiti was she was passionate with his husband's ideas. She believed in him, and she believed in the one God, universal God. He believed in. She must have been a companion. They were together. They believed together. It's a part of the love and coming together was this new revolution in the idea of a universal spiritual power. And we can even see her in some cases in the scenes more important than him, maybe because she was the daughter of Amenhotep III from Sitamun, the heiress. And then again, because I believe, as I told you before, that Akhenaten was overthrown by a military coup, and he had to go to exile in Sinai, in Sarabit al-Khadim, for some time, when he had to abdicate his power to his son Tutankhamun when he was just 9 years old. So again, Nefertiti played a major part with her son. She stayed with her son Tutankhamun. He was a young boy and he needed support and help, and she gave him this support. And definitely we can realize that because of her advice, he must have taken this decision to reopen the temples after 3 years. The temples were closed and no worship in Egypt, and he reopened the temples, and although he still kept Aten as a one universal God, he never abandoned that, but reopening the temples and allowing the old deities to be worshipped, in this case they became, in his kind of system, as mediators between ordinary people and the hidden God whom they don't identify. So she played a major part, and again she became, after her death, a more important character as well, because as Akhenaten has abolished all the old deities, all the gods, including Isis and Osiris and all these deities. In fact, in his own tomb, which he built for himself on the sarcophagus, where he was never buried he had in the same place as the image of Isis, goddess Isis, he placed the protecting Nefertiti. So after this, Nefertiti became identified in a way as Isis, with the Isis, the magical power of resurrecting her husband who died, and so on. And again, a very important point, nobody really takes care too much of it. Before that period, before the 18th dynasty, we had Horus as the brother of Isis and Osiris. Horus as the brother. After that, we have Horus as a son. Tutankhamun became a kind of a symbol for Horus, the son. From the 19th century, we find the Trinity. I mean, of Osiris the father, Isis the mother, and Horus the son. I mean, Horus before that was the brother. We have the elder Horus of Ra, of the first builders of the pyramid, the father of the pyramid. But this Horus the son is the son of Nefertiti, who I mean, having been identified with Isis. So Nefertiti is a very important person. And then again, you see, I mean, obviously, I mean, the mother in the Bible, the mother of Jesus was called Mary. Now, Mary, or Miriam, because Mary is an English word for Maria, the Greek word, which comes from the Hebrew Miriam and Arabic Miriam. I mean, this is not a Hebrew word, neither was it an Arabic word. This was an ancient Egyptian title. Mary Ammon, beloved of Amun. This is the title of every queen of Egypt. Mary Ammon, Miriam, Mary Ammon. This is the title. That's why, I mean, his mother is called Miriam because she was a queen. I mean, we have, in fact, 3 Marys in the story of Jesus, in the Gospel. We have 3 Marys. Mary, the mother of Jesus, Mary, the sister of Jesus, and Mary Magdalene, whom the companion of Jesus. Now, I mean, Mary is the mother of Jesus. I mean, this is the title of a queen. We have 3 queens, or in fact 2 queens, you see, because Mary, his mother, was Nefertiti, as I told you. His wife is called Ankhsenba-Aten. His wife was called Ankhsenba, but she was a queen, and such she became known as Mary. Mary Magdalene is nobody else as Ankhsenba-Aten. It's the same person, but identified in this case as his sister. You know,
Magdalene is the sister of Jesus.
Yeah, she's his sister and his wife. So that's why they call his sister Mary and his I mean, obviously, I mean, if you look at the, at the gospel, Nag Hammadi Gnostic gospel of Philip, the gospel called Philip, he says that the Lord, that the Master had 3 companions, female companions with him all the time, most of the time. Mary, his mother, Mary, his sister, and Mary Magdalene. And that he was very close to Mary Magdalene, that he even kisses her on her lips. I mean, the indication is very strong that he really was married to her. I mean, this is a very important element. I mean, the Gospels don't talk too much about Jesus after his birth. There's a gap, and then suddenly they talk about his mission and his crucifixion, his death. But we have about 20 years with no information about Jesus. I mean, some early stories spoke about the possibility of him being married, and I mean, according to the Gnostic Gospels of Nag Hammadi, the Coptic Gospels, which were found in Egypt during the, I mean, in 1945, after the Second World War, indicate very clearly that Mary Magdalene she is not a fallen girl, as the Bible says, but she was the most important person who followed him. I mean, he was very close to her personally.
Peace.
As to the soul and the belief that it is immortal by nature, This is the crux of 3,000 years of Egyptian civilization. For Egypt was a one-issue civilization, and the immortality of the soul was that to which everything the Egyptians did was consecrated. That preoccupation with, almost obsession with, immortality is what is responsible for the tremendous temples, the tombs, the pyramids, and all of the attention that the Egyptians themselves lavished upon death, which was not seen by them as the end, but rather as the threshold to another level of transformation. That which leads, or which can lead, to the immortality of the soul.
Of the many arcana bequeathed to us by ancient Egypt, perhaps the most important is the least appreciated. It is the greatest secret of all, the book of what is in the Duat. It is a map of what to do in the afterlife.
The general understanding among academics is that, well, the Egyptians were afraid of death and therefore constructed this elaborate ruse to con themselves into believing that death was not the end. But just bear in mind the possibility that maybe it isn't. Maybe they knew what they were talking about. If it's looked at from a different point of view, then the whole elaborate exercise takes on the guise not so much of superstition, but as a very elaborated and highly sophisticated manual of instruction. It's a sort of how-to-do-it book on immortality.
Is it possible that they were able to cross the great abyss? Do these tombs represent a technology that allowed the deceased to successfully pass through the gates of the Duat? Perhaps even, as they themselves declare, to rule in the afterlife? Where could such knowledge come from? Would it not necessitate the point of view of someone or something that was able to see both sides of the veil? Someone or something that was able to move between realms to share the knowledge of what lie beyond the great threshold of transformation? If we take them at their word, we are presented with a very rare privilege indeed, the pinnacle of a supernatural technology from a mysterious and ancient lost civilization, once reserved solely for the afterlife use of a god-king. These sacred magical texts may in fact be a roadmap of the afterlife, a magical ladder to heaven. The precision and scale of the engineering, the mastery of art, the almost supernatural control over the material world demonstrated by the ancient megaliths and statues is often of a much higher order than we are able to exercise today. Is there any reason to believe that this same degree of technology might not be brought to bear on the primary focus of the Egyptians, the afterlife?
We're in the tomb of Thutmose III, an early New Kingdom pharaoh, and a very great pharaoh. It was Thutmose III who carved out the Egyptian empire in the Middle East and is often known as the Napoleon of Egypt, which is a bit of an insult to Thutmose III because Napoleon is not necessarily a nice guy. Anyway, in this tomb, we find one of just two complete representations of the book of what is in the Duat. The book of the Duat might be seen as as a manual of instruction, a spiritual guide, the traveler's key to enlightenment, you might say. And it provides the information to the deceased pharaoh as to the precise stages that have to be undergone, the precise thresholds that have to be crossed in order to proceed from death itself, which is a threshold in its own right, to rebirth as a divine being, as a new son, as a new Horus.
The Book of What is in the Duat details the pharaoh's journey through the Duat or afterlife. It is a handbook of spells and secrets that allow passage through the labyrinthine gates and thresholds of transformation encountered by the deceased.
Insofar as is possible, we can at least go through the hours and follow the action. So it starts over here with the scarab in a boat that's perched on the symbol that means water, preceded by 3 water snakes that actually represent larval forms, or you might say the first organic living form which cleaves the waters and divides one into 2.
In the first hour, the deceased may expect to be preoccupied with separation. The snakes are associated with separation or division. Seen in this context, they may represent the forces of dissolution or disintegration that become active in the first hour of the duat. The elemental forces which affect the unbinding of the physical, mental, and spiritual aspects of the self. The beetle between the 2 mirrored supporting figures suggests a consciousness arising from 2 mirrored hemispheres. If this is read as a representation of activity on the physical or material plane, this may be the representation of the brain, the physical vessel of the self, still bound to the processes and pull of the river of time. On the higher register, we see what seems to be an expanded representation of consciousness, made up of several aspects, several passengers.
The form up above in the boat is, you see the deceased within a shrine, ram-headed.
The divine spark of consciousness enclosed within matter is represented by the ram-headed Amun, who is depicted here enclosed within his tabernacle.
And they're in a boat with a number of divine personages. It's that boat that will eventually take the king, in different forms of that boat, that will take the king through the 12 stages or the 12 hours of the night.
The symbolism of a boat on the water demonstrates the consciousness being led through our mysterious interaction with the flow of time, through the landscape of the duat. Through the hours of the night towards its conclusion, a new dawn and a new day, a new life. Here, the constant flow of time is symbolized as a river, which gently, inexorably leads the inhabitants of the boat through the stages of transformation. The multiple characters riding the boat represent the many selves within us, or, to look at it another way, the many aspects of the self we think of as a unity. With constantly shifting celestial influences, each of the hours of the duat has its own specific effects, residences, powers, and dangers. We can observe the reflection of this in ourselves as we begin to note which of ourselves is at the helm at any particular moment. We are decidedly different persons at sunrise than we are at midnight. The sun is said to also have these shifting influences as it passes through the hours of the day and of the night. The parallel or correspondence between our consciousness and the sun is another aspect of the maxim, as above, so below. It is the symbolic link that connects the sun with consciousness and the metaphor of the journey of the consciousness through the stages of the duat, through the hours of the night.
In the second hour, in the middle register, the solar bark sets out with the flesh of Ra enclosed in his tabernacle. This time, in addition to the original retinue, 2 cobras in the prow are identified in red as Isis and Nephthys. The personification of magic occupies the place of she who guides the bark.
It is interesting to note that the twin cobras are identified as Isis and Nephthys. Together, they are the personification of magic. Individually, they represent intellect and will. In this, we are shown that intellect and will are the primary components of magic. The presence on the bark itself of mind and will, and the explicit information that is here in the duat, that the transformations occur, make it equally clear that a conscious and deliberate spiritual process is taking place.
In the third hour, both upper and lower registers are rich in Anubis and Osiris figures and symbols. The hour is called She Who Cuts Up the Souls. A passage in the text above the third register reads, "This is what they do in the West. Roast and hack to pieces the souls, imprison the shadows, annihilate those who are not, who belong to the place of destruction." The text is opaque and enigmatic, but the general tenor indicates a purgatorial region that the solar principle must traverse, a descent still deeper into the earth. The Christian conception of hell with all its demons and its hellfire is in all likelihood derived from the Egyptian, but the Egyptian didn't revel in all the details of the smell of the roasting flesh and the pain of the hacked bodies. Rather, they were expressing, basically what the Egyptians were doing was declaring that the souls of those who hadn't done their inner work, or who obstructed those who were trying to do their inner work, ended up in oblivion. In other words, their names, their identities were obliterated. They weren't consigned to the roasting flames of hell forever, but rather non-existence was considered punishment enough.
The lower self was to surrender to the higher self in order to enter the sacred space. This meant that the ego of the everyday world had to step aside, while the higher self connected with cosmic energy.
Nevertheless, there's one language family that we'd like to focus on, and that is the Uto-Aztecan language family. The Uto-Aztecan language family, The Uto-Aztecan language family is a group of about 30 American Indian languages that linguists recognize as being one language family descended from a single language, proto-language called Proto-Uto-Aztecan. There are about 8 branches of it. In other words, it divided into about 8 different groups, and then those had, other descendant languages. This language family exists in the southwest United States and in northwest Mexico. The name Uto-Aztecan comes from the Utes on the north, here in Utah, and the branch related to the Utes, which includes the Shoshone of Wyoming and other languages in Nevada and eastern California. And Aztecan, because that's the south end of the language family. The Hopi, for example, are a Uto-Aztecan language. Pima and Papago in Arizona, the various Ute groups. There are a number, about a dozen languages in Southern California, where the northern branch split and spread from. There are about 15 languages in northwest Mexico, the Tarahumara, the Great Distance Runners, and Cora and Huichol and Yaqui, and many of the Tepiman languages. Anyway, we don't have time to really go into a lot of detail of that, but the Uto-Aztecan language family is an American Indian language family that is one of the larger ones. 30 languages is quite a few. And what we want to do is, this is some research I've been working on for a number of years, It has not yet been published, but it will be. Give me another 2 or 3 years maybe. However, I have shared it with prominent Semiticists and Uto-Aztecanists, and I'm Uto-Aztecanist myself, so I've shared it with my peers, and those who I've shared it with privately are quite overwhelmed at the number of similarities and the closeness of them. Anyway, here we have the Hebrew on the left, 3 different words or morphemes, which is a unit of words with meaning. The plural suffix in Hebrew is im. It's put on the end of words, just like in English we have s, dog and dogs for plural. In fact, this plural is in a number of words that you're familiar with. Elohim, for example, is a plural, corresponding to Arabic Allah. Eloh would be the singular, Elohim, the plural. Urim and Thummim, Urim, Thummim is a plural. Ur, light, Urim, lights. Thum, perfection, Thummim, perfections. Anyway, the plural suffix in Uto-Aztecan is reconstructed to be ima. Now, some Uto-Aztecanists will argue with that. Nevertheless, there is good evidence for that. They would argue about the vowel in front, whether it's, oh, by the way, I need to tell you that the vowels, we're going to pronounce the vowels like you do in Spanish or most languages of the world. Almost any, if you know Spanish or any other language besides English, it's probably close to that. English changed them all. Anyway, the plural suffix in Uto-Aztecan is ima, and I talked with Wickenmiller, the foremost Uto-Aztecanist before his passing, and explained all the evidence suggesting that, and he agreed that that's a decent reconstruction for that plural suffix in Uto-Aztecan. There's also a passive prefix in Hebrew, ni, that's put on the beginning of verbs to make a verb passive. I ate the apple was eaten. In Uto-Aztecan, there is, oh, by the way, that is also a reciprocal and reflexive. Don't worry about that. That just means we did it to each other, like fight. I fought him, or he was fought by somebody, or we fought each other. Those are reciprocal and passive meanings that do overlap a lot in all languages. Anyway, there's a prefix in Hebrew that, in Uto-Aztecan, na, which also makes verbs reciprocal and passive. There's also a verb which it's yashav in later Hebrew, but originally it was yashab with a B, and it means to sit down, and it also means to dwell or reside at a place. Well, in Uto-Aztecan there's a verb, yasipa, which also means to sit down and to reside at a certain place. Now that's, those are somewhat close, im and ima, ni and na, yashab and yasipa. However, when we consider the fact that the Hebrew plural suffix im came from an older ima. Ima is the original form. Linguists and Semiticists can figure out that, looking at the related languages, that the older original form was ima. Then we see that the plural suffix of the Near East, in Northwest Semitic anyway, is identical to the Uto-Aztecan plural suffix. Also, the Hebrew ni came from an earlier na. That Semiticists know that. They agree on that. Identical to the Uto-Aztecan passive and reciprocal and reflexive prefix. Also, the Hebrew word yashab changed its vowelling at a certain time in the history of Hebrew, and it was originally yashiba. And the vowelling of the Uto-Aztecan verb is identical, yasipa, just a change from B to P. Very interesting similarities. Now, these are only 3 similarities. There are about 1,000 such similarities between the Uto-Aztecan language family and Hebrew and Egyptian. Now, there are 3 basic sound changes. Now, I need to explain here that linguists have found that sounds change in consistent patterns, so that this language changes this sound this way and this one changes it another way quite consistently within itself, so that later this sound corresponds to another sound in the other related language. For example, Hebrew B in dogesh positions, which means at the beginning of a word in certain places, change to qua in Uto-Aztecan. The saw, the emphatic or pharyngeal S, saw, changed to tsa. Okay, that C with a little hook under it, we're going to use to represent the TS sound. In fact, that's what it is, how it's pronounced now in modern Israel. The R changed to Y or E, I, another very common change in world languages. And keeping those three sound changes in mind, look at these similarities between Hebrew words and Uto-Aztecan words. Nouns coming from that verb is a word for lizard. Sob, or dab in Arabic, means lizard. And in Uto-Aztecan, sakwa also means lizard. So here you have an identical form that has all these three same meanings: to close or lock, to grab, and lizard. Same thing that matches phonologically, all the sounds match, that also has those same three meanings in Uto-Aztecan. Back here, a couple of more examples. Shiber, shaber. Shiber is the past tense, shaber is the imperfect form of the conjugation. Don't worry, if you don't understand all the words I'm using, we don't have time to explain it, but you can just get the picture here. Anyway, shaber, sakwai, you see the S lining up, the double B to the qua, and the R to the Y. Same thing with talk. Here are a few others. Mayim is the Hebrew word for water. Mem. Mumma is the word for ocean in a number of Uto-Aztecan languages. Word for shoulder is similar. I'm just going to go real fast here. The word for shoulder, shechem, or shikmo if it's got a suffix. Sikum, actually, with an M sometimes. The capital N just means any kind of nasal. It changes according to the letter following it. Singab, word for squirrel. If this word existed in Hebrew, it would match Arabic in a form of shigob. We don't have that word for squirrel in ancient Hebrew because there's no need to talk about squirrels in the Old Testament. But the sound correspondences among Semitic languages themselves, by the way, Semitic, I might need to explain that term, is the language family to which Hebrew and Arabic and Babylonian and Ethiopic and the Semitic languages belong to. Arabic is closely related to Hebrew. Oh, and Aramaic, that'll be important in our discussion. Anyway, sigob would be the word in Hebrew. Siku, with a silent consonant at the end, is the word in Uto-Aztecan. Ga changed to ka, that devoicing of ga and da to ka and ta, and but a pa in other positions is also established with several examples. One of the words for man in Hebrew is Adam. In Uto-Aztecan we have Otami. Another word from that same root, Adom, means red. And in fact the verb Adam means to be red. And in Arabic you've got Aduman, Adiman, so forth. In Uto-Aztecan, Otom is the word for brown. Okay? Red and brown, often associated. Sipor. The pharyngeal Hebrew H is reflected by Proto-Uto-Aztecan ho or hu. Now the pharyngeal H is different than our English H. It's pronounced very gutturally in the pharynx. For example, an example would be instead of aha with a regular H, aha. Aha, very guttural H. And the gutturalness of it makes its tonality very similar to round vowels, and in fact it's always associated with round vowels like O and U. So here we have usually hu is what it corresponds to in Uto-Aztecan. For example, chetz is the Hebrew word for arrow. In Uto-Aztecan it's chutz. Okay, you got that pharyngeal H causing the vowel. Chamar means to smear something on something else. In Uto-Aztecan, chumai. You see the pharyngeal H going to hu and the R going to Y. Harak, same thing. So'ach is the word to cry, or cry out in Hebrew. In Uto-Aztecan, it's so'ach. You've got that O that shows the presence of a pharyngeal. Sha'ah. To delight in or love in Uto-Aztecan, soa. Oh, this is a great one. In Arabic, there is a verb to grow old, specifically used for women. It's not used for men or any other kind of creature. It means for a woman to grow old. Its consonants are an ayn, a ga, and a z. Okay, ayn, gz, agaza in Arabic means specifically grow old of women. In Tarahumara, one of our Judeo-Aztecan languages, identical. And it also specifically means to grow old only of women. Wegatsa. For some reason, there's not such a verb for man. A little bit of chauvinism in ancient languages, but anyway, you see the ayn corresponding to the w, alagaza, and wegatsa. A word for woman, also from that, older woman. Se'ar, hair, sha'r in Arabic. Sui in Judeo-Aztecan. See, the S corresponds to the S sounds, the line to the W, and the R is E again. The word for boy, na'ar, noi. Again, you see the correspondence of the ayn with the W and the R going to E. Enough of that one. Let's look at a few more here. The word for forest, yar, yui. Bala, to swallow. Quelu, in Judeo-Aztecan, to swallow. Again, B corresponding to the qua, L to L, and the ayn to U. Okay? The word for leech in Hebrew and Arabic, ghalaka. Ghalaka. In Judeo-Aztecan, walaka, for snail. Identical, the chain with the word for believe. Ya'amin means he believes in Hebrew. Yawamin means to believe in one Judeo-Aztecan. Ya'amino means he believes him or believes it in is another Hebrew word from that verb. Gabrielino, Yawaino, it's missing the M, but it's actually got the O, meaning him or it as an object. The probability of those 7 segments aligning perfectly like that is, I figured out mathematically once, it's 1 in several thousand anyway. We don't have time to go over all of them. Let me run to some that, let's run to the Egyptian, okay? Egyptian. Oh yes, and what's interesting is in Judeo-Aztecan we not only find about 600 similarities, 600 to 700 similarities between Hebrew and Judeo-Aztecan, we also find about 300 similarities between Egyptian and Judeo-Aztecan. This first one was not found by me, it was found by Cyrus Gordon, a internationally renowned Semiticist who just happened to notice that the Aztec word, classical Nahuatl word for crocodile, sipak, which comes from Judeo-Aztecan supak, happens to be very similar to the Egyptian word for crocodile, sobek. Oh yes, and the I don't know if the print's kind of small on that one. A few of them didn't get enlarged, but anyway, the old perfective in Egyptian has verbs ending in e if it was past tense or if it was passive stative kinds of things. Interestingly, in Judeo-Aztecan, there's a mechanism that has verbs ending in a being active or transitive, and verbs ending in e being passive, intransitive, and stative, exactly like it is in Egyptian. The passive wa or iwa in Egyptian, exact same thing in Judeo-Aztecan. In fact, there are 4 ways in Egyptian to make a verb stative or passive, and 1 in Arabic, and Judeo-Aztecan has all 5 of them quite prominently. Goes into pronouns, but we don't have time for pronouns. Let's take a look at some Egyptian words. By the way, in Egyptian we only have the consonants. We know a little bit about the vowels from Coptic, even though they're debatable sometimes. We have a few vowels figured out by transliterations in other languages, but a lot of it is still quite unknown. So the Egyptian consonants for a verb meaning to pierce are T, K, and S. Tixo is the verb in Judeo-Aztecan, to pierce or poke. KM is the verb to black or black and brown, any dark color. Kamom Coptic, I think. Koma is the Yudatecan word for being dark, gray, brown, black. Nami is the word for traveling or crossing something. The word in Yudatecan for traveling, walking around. Nami for crossing an area or a river. Nami. Wanch or Wanish, whatever the vowels were. Coptic Wonch. In Uto-Aztecan, Oncio and Oncia, the words for fox. Let's just pick out a few of each page. Like I say, there are about 1,000 of these. We're going to show you about 100 of them, or 150. And if you want all of them, they're in a book in the back, and by the title of this. If you want the whole story and you're interested in this kind of thing, you've got all the details in 110 pages back there. You've got anyway. We're just getting the tip of the iceberg here. Anyway, for example, Shim in Egyptian, the word for go or walk. Sima in Uto-Aztecan. Sabak, whatever the vowels were in the Egyptian. Calf of the leg or lower leg in Uto-Aztecan. Sipika, same 3 consonants.
History of the Indies of New Spain by Fray Diego Duran. Written allegedly in 1588. Duran is known as the most accurate authority when it comes to the history of pre-Columbian Mexico. In order to provide a truthful and reliable account of the origin of these Indian nations, an origin so doubtful and obscure, we would need some divine revelation or assistance to reveal this origin to us and help us understand it. However, lacking that revelation, we can only speculate and conjecture about these beginnings, basing ourselves on the evidence provided by these people, whose strange ways, conduct, and lowly actions are so like those of the Hebrews. Thus, we can almost positively affirm that they are Jews and Hebrews. And I would not commit a great error if I were to state this as fact, considering their way of life, their ceremonies, their rites and superstitions, their omens and hypocrisies, so akin to and characteristic of those of the Jews. In no way do they seem to differ. The Holy Scriptures bear witness to this, and from them we draw proofs and reasons for holding this opinion to be true. As proof thereof, we know that this newly arrived nation, latecomers from strange and remote regions, made a long and tedious journey, searching and finally taking possession of this land. They spent many months and years in coming to this place. The truth of this matter can be found by drawing on their traditions and paintings and by talking to their elders, some of whom are very old. There are some people who tell fables about this subject. To wit, some say that the Indians were born of pools and springs, others that they were born of caves, still others that they descended from the gods. All of this is clearly fabulous and shows that the natives themselves are ignorant of their origin and beginnings, inasmuch as they always profess to have come from strange lands. And I have found these things deceptive in their painting manuscripts, where they portray great periods of hunger, thirst, and nakedness, with innumerable other afflictions that they suffered until they reached this land and settled it. All of these things confirm my suspicions that these natives are part of the tribes of Israel that Shalmaneser, king of the Assyrians, captured and took to Assyria in the time of Hoshea, king of Israel, and in the time of Ezekias, king of Jerusalem, as can be read in the 4th book of Kings. Here it is stated that Israel was taken from its own land to Assyria, and Ezra in book 4 says about these people that they went to live in a remote and distant country that had never been before inhabited. There was a long and wearisome journey of a year and a half to reach the region of the island and the mainland to the west and beyond the seas, where today these people are found. Other evidence found in the Holy Writ that can be cited to prove this idea is that God in Hoshea, chapters 1 and 2 and 2 up to 7, is said to have promised to multiply 10 tribes of Israel, making them as numerous as sands of the sea, And the fact that they have taken possession of a larger part of the world clearly and manifestly shows how great was this increase. But leaving the biblical text and coming to what the Spaniards saw in this country, one thing that amazed them was the large number of people they found here. This was remarked by the Spaniards who came early to the country, before the Great Plague of 33 years ago, when so many people died that not even a third of the Indians who lived here before the plague survived. And this does not include innumerable men, women, and children killed by the Spaniards during the conquest a few years earlier. The curious reader can find many other proofs in the scriptures in Deuteronomy, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Micah, and Zephaniah, which tell of the rigorous punishment that God predicted would befall these 10 tribes because of their wickedness and evil doings and infamous adulteries, which made them stray from belief in the true God from which they had received so many benefits. In the places I have mentioned, it is told that in return for such ingratitude, God promised a scourge and severe punishment. And it must be noted that it was prophesied that these people would lose their lands, homes, and treasures, their jewels and precious stones, their wives and children, and that they would be taken to foreign lands and be sold there, while others were to take possession of their estate. It seems to me that even without other explanation, we have here sufficient proof that these Indians descend from Hebrews. On their migration during the long years of their journey, they were few in number, yet we have seen that they have multiplied like the sands of the sea. And after they have populated this vast world, God, tired of tolerating their abominations and evil doings and idolatries, so he brought alien people, like an eagle that comes from the end of the earth, and with no respect for the old and young, for the children of the women, without mercy he destroyed them. They were kept in hunger and thirst and nudity and in perpetual exhaustion until they were humbled, cowed, defeated. Among the other misfortunes God foretold for these people was that they would have cowardly, pusillanimous, and fearful hearts, so that they who were many nevertheless would flee from few. This was true and proved when the Marquez del Valle, Hernan Cortez, disembarked on these shores with only 300 men, half of whom were seafarers, accustomed to working on ships, not trained in the art of war. Yet they dared attack millions of Indians in the country. And this divine will that the augury of the sacred scriptures be fulfilled, and that 300 men overcome so many people, and that all those millions be possessed of such cowardly and frightened hearts that they will flee from the 300. Even today the natives are so weak and fearful in spirit that they dare not trust us in any way or give credence to us even in what concerns our holy Catholic faith and their salvation. But our Lord and God, we are witnesses to the fact that these miserable nations are now being subjected to all the labors of misery and punishments caused by their evil ways and abominations and idolatries. Let us see, O Lord, your divine mercy and their true conversion to the Catholic faith, which the same scriptures promise with renown and praise to all people who of their own free will accept the holy Catholic faith, having resolved the question whether these people are Hebrews. Among the narrations of these people that tell of their coming to possess and inhabit this territory, I often find great difficulties among the old people who tell these tales regarding the events, tolls, and afflictions that took place during their journey. Yet when they narrate the story, some one way and some another, their different accounts seem to describe that long, tedious road traveled by the children of Israel who went from Egypt to the Promised Land, told so vividly that I could cite passages from Exodus or Leviticus to show the resemblance, but I do not want to be prologues. I do not intend to follow the order of these narrations. I only wish, in order to make my point, to relate some of the difficulties and misfortunes, famines, and pestilence that they claim they suffered during their migration. We shall see that in the fact that is nothing other than the story told in the sacred scriptures handed down by their ancestors. These people have traditions regarding a great man. They told me that after he had suffered many afflictions and persecutions from his countrymen, he gathered a multitude of followers and persuaded them to flee from that persecution to a land where they could live in peace. Having made himself leader of those people, he went to the seashore and moved the waters with a rod that he carried in his hand. Then the sea opened up, and he and his followers went through. And his enemies, seeing this opening made, persuaded him. But the waters returned to their place, and the pursuers were never heard of again. What clear proof do we need that these people were Jews than their own reference to the flight from Egypt, where Moses moved the waters with his rod? The sea opened up, a path appeared, and after Pharaoh followed with his army, God caused the sea to return to its place, with the result that all their enemies drowned in the deep. And if this account is not convincing enough, I should like to tell about another event that the Aztecs claim happened on their long migration. While they were camped by some high hills, a great frightful earthquake occurred. The earth opened up and swallowed certain evil men who were among them, an occurrence that filled the other people with dread. Having seen the painting of this event, I was reminded of the book of Numbers, where it is told how the earth opened up and swallowed Korah and Dathan and Abram. To provide another strong and clear proof of what I have been saying, I wish to relate that the same painting showed how sand of very fine hail rained on the people. When I inquired what this meant, I was told that sand from the sky rained on their forefathers continually during the journey they made to reach this land. If I am not deceived, this must be the same manna with which God sustained the Jews in the desert in the book of Exodus, in which it relates. That I may leave nothing untold, I wish to cite the Holy Writ in defense of my opinion. I take my theme from the first chapter of Genesis, which states, "In the beginning God created the heaven and earth." Just so an aged man from Cholula, about 100 years old, began to describe the origins to me. This man, who because of his great age walked bent over toward the earth, was quite learned in their ancient traditions. When I begged him to enlighten me about some details I wished to put into this history, he asked me what I wanted him to tell. I realized I found an old and learned person, so I answered all that he knew about the history of his Indian nation from the beginning of the world. He responded, "Take pen and paper, because you will not be able to remember all that I should tell you," and began thus. In the beginning, before light or sun had been created, this world lay in darkness and shadows, and was void of every living thing. It was all flat, without a hill or rock on, surrounded on all sides by water, without even a tree or any other created thing. And then when the light and sun were born in the east, men of monstrous stature appeared and took possession of this country. These giants, desirous of seeing the birth sun and its settings, decided to seek dawn and dusk, and they separated into two groups. One band walked toward the west and the other toward the east. The latter walked until the sea cut off their route. From here they decided to return to the place from which they had set out, called Iztec, Zolan, and Amon, which is ironic because the Mayans had a tribe known as the Iztec. Not having found a way to reach the sun, but enamored of its light and beauty, they decided to build a tower so high that its summit would reach into heaven. And gathering materials for this building, the giant found clay for bricks and excellent mortar with which they began to build their tower very swiftly. When they had raised it as high as they could, and it seemed to reach to heaven, the Lord of the heights became angry and said to the inhabitants of the heavens, "Have you seen that the men of the earth have built a proud and lofty tower in order to come up here, enamored as they are of the light of the sun and of its beauty? Come, let us confound them, for it is not right that these earthlings made of flesh mingle with us." Then swift as lightning, those who dwell in the heavens came out from the four regions of the world and tore down the tower that had been constructed. And the giants, bewildered and filled with terror, separated and fled in all directions. This is how an Indian relates the creation of the world, and I do not believe it necessary to call attention to the resemblance of these accounts to chapters 1 and 2 of Genesis. The 6th and 11th chapters of that book deal with giants and the Tower of Babel, and how men ambitious to reach heaven, moved only by the desire to praise their own name, built the tower, and because of this were confounded by God. Therefore I am convinced, and wish to convince others, that those who tell this account heard it from their ancestors, and these natives belong, in my opinion, to the lineage of those chosen people of God, from whom he worked great marvels. And so the knowledge of the paintings of the things told in the Bible and its mysteries have passed from hand to hand, from father to son. The people assigned those events to this land, believing that they took place here, for they are ignorant of their own origins. But all the research states that they did take place here, because America is Atlantis, America is Egypt, America, North America, South America, the Caribbean. It cannot be denied, nor do I deny, that there have been giants in this country. I can affirm this because I have seen them. I have met men of monstrous stature here. I believe that there are some in the city of Mexico who will remember, as I do, a gigantic Indian who appeared in a procession of the Feast of Corpus Christi. He was dressed in a yellow silk with a halberd at his shoulder and a helmet on his head. And he was all of Vara taller than the others. I also believe during such a long and tedious journey as that which these people pursued to come to this land, they experienced great hardships. They tell of famines, plagues, thirst, tempests, wars, locusts that tormented them, of hailstorms that destroyed the fields they had sown along the way, and 1,000 other obstacles and troubles that I find described in their chronicles. They undoubtedly brought chieftains and priests to guide them and instruct them in their ceremonies. Although I doubt that these things were taken from the biblical account, seeing that their stories are so like those found in the Holy Scriptures, I cannot help but believe these Indians are the children of Israel. As proof of this, in order to make it clear, I wish to mention the rites, idolatry, and superstitions these people had. They made sacrifices in the mountains and under the trees, in dark and gloomy caves, and in the carnivores of the earth. They burned incense, killed their sons and daughters, sacrificed them, and offered them as victims to their gods. They sacrificed children, ate human flesh, killed prisoners and captives of wars. All of these were also Hebrew rites practiced by those 10 tribes of Israel, and all were carried out with the greatest ceremony and superstitions one can imagine. What most forces me to believe that these Indians are of Hebrew descent is their strange instance in clinging to their idolatries and superstitions, for they paid them much heed, just as their ancestors did. As David states in Psalms 106, when the people were afflicted by God, they pleaded that he forgive them in his mercy, but then they forgot and returned to idolatry. And they served their idols, which were a snare unto them. Yeah, they sacrificed their sons and daughters unto devils, and shed innocent blood, even the blood of their sons and of their daughters, whom they sacrificed unto the idols of Canaan, and the land was polluted with blood. The only knowledge I have of the origins of these people and the Indians, no more than they relate, tells of 7 caves where their ancestors dwelt for much a long time, in which they abandoned in order to seek this land, some coming first and others later, until those caves were deserted. Their caves are in Tuchakalon, also called Aslan, which we are told is found toward north and near the region of La Florida. Therefore I shall not give the true account of these nations and their migration of the place of the caverns, although my opinion of their origin seems more correct, but in everything I submit myself to the correction of the Holy Catholic Church. The Indians emerged from those 7 caves where they had lived a long time in the year of our Lord 820. It took them more than 80 years to reach this country because of the many delays that took place during the migration. Along the way they built towns and settled in places that they saw were peaceful and pleasant and that they favored. But as they explored the country, they found better, more advantageous sites. So they abandoned their other places and went on. The old people, the sick, and those who were exhausted were left behind. In this way, those regions were populated. The people erected great and curious buildings in such settlement along the way, so that today remains of those edifices are found in many places where they stayed. For this reason, they tarried in coming here. Although the distance from Aslan is so short that it can be covered in a month. The cause of this was their stopping to sow and harvest, and the lingering to rest and build towns. All this being consistent with their natural temperament, which is deliberate and slow. In that way, they reached this part of New Spain in the year 902. The people who left the caves first were the following 6 tribes: the Exumalas, the Chalalas, the Tepanecs, the Chalulas, the Talachus, and the Talaxians. It should be noted, however, that not all left together or in the same year, but some first and others later. In this way, they abandoned the region of the caves, one tribe doing what it saw another do. These people are fond of imitating others like monkeys or sheep. If one jumps, they all jump after him. So it was that first the Exumala left, followed by the Chalulas, then the Tepanocs, Kaluas, and after them, the Talachians, the Talachis, and the Talaxians. The Aztecs remained behind due to a divine command that will be spoken of later. These people affirmed that God had promised them this land, for they are the people he held dearest, like the tribe of Judah among the Jews. Thus they were loath to leave and did not abandon the place of the caves for 302 years. It is evident from the count of the years that the other tribes came first and took possession of the land. The Aztecs then lived here 301 years, and the others 602. And these chapters go on to describe how the other tribes left and migrated to Mexico before the Aztecs, and how when they entered some of these lands, like Cholula, they met giants, and they ran the giants away. It states, once the giants were annihilated, the others built their towns and cities as they wished, without any opposition or difficulties. Thus peacefully they settled the boundaries among themselves in order to define their lands and possessions clearly. They communicated with one another, they intermarried, they lived in peace without problems or disputes, cultivating their lands and building their dwellings, their houses and their huts. They had no ceremonies and had no idols, but adored only the sun, which they worshipped as God, the creator and cause of all things. They sacrificed to him the following way. When any game was killed, they removed the blood-stained arrow and offered it as a symbol of sacrifice to the sun, recognizing him as a deity. 302 years after the 6 bands of people had left the caves where they had lived in the region of Aztlan and Tuchalon, the 7th tribe, the Mexican nation, came to this land, which they believed had been promised to them by their gods because they were the people closest to them. All were idolatrous and felt favored by their deities. Aside from this, they were bellicose, courageous, undertook great feats and exploits fearlessly, but also could be courteous and show some breeding. As they tarried much on their journey, stopping at times for long periods, and as it is my intention to relate their history, it is necessary to write a special chapter regarding the events that took place during their migration. They suffered great trials in the hope that the country that was promised to them by their prophets and chieftains would really be the promised land, fertile and full of plenty, with great riches and with everything that could be imagined or wished for. Anyone who knows this place and whose eyes are free of prejudice knows that the above description is true of this country. For among all the lands in the world, this one can compare with the finest. The Aztec brought with them an idol called Ixtapalooca, who had 4 custodians to serve him. He prophesied to them in secret all the events that would take place on their journey. The people held this idol in such reverence and awe that no one but his keepers dared approach or touch him. He came concealed in a coffer of rushes, so that not one of the natives had ever seen the form of their idol. The priest made the people adore the idol as God, preaching to them the conduct they were to follow and the ceremonies and rites to be observed in honor of the divinity. This they did in all places where they set up camp, just as the children of Israel did when they wandered in the wilderness. We have mentioned how the people of this nation brought their principal God, without whom they dared not move. They also revered 7 other gods, who represented the 7 caves of which the 7 tribes or groups had emerged. These 7 gods were greatly esteemed and had their names and titles to indicate divine superiority, as today titles denote noblemen who possess them. These titles of honor and greatness confer some authority and name of these deities. The god of the first burial was called Yopon, essentially Lord of Yopon, place of the Toponyx. The second, y'all can read these yourselves. I'm just gonna read the end because my pronunciation is probably horrible. Lord of the House of Darts. The third, Lord of the South. The fourth, Lord of the Eagle Place. The fifth, he of the Jade Lingage. The sixth, he of the People's Place. The seventh, he of the place of toasted maize.
They got our shit from the Moors to put them down. They never mentioned the Calliope. Some of the trees don't even come with dust. Only the magical Kabbalah come with it, but they rarely mention the Calliope. I'm giving you the shortcut. If you deal with the 11, you can get the shortcut. See, there's a long way to do it haphazardly, then there's a shortcut. The shortcut is the 11 cosmic power zones of the backside of the tree, which is these entities in here. There's 11 of these, so I'm giving you the shortcut that you can work with, because you got 11 entities, which is inside that you have direct relationship to. It's all talking. What it is all talking about the same thing you're talking about. I'm just trying to tell you that the Africa and the Congo system still have the 11 keys, which is the backside of the Kabbalah, of the Kabbalistic tree. The front side is more theory and principle. The back side is the shit that works. You see what I'm saying? Front side will give you a little bit of energy, a little bit of principle. If you want some shit to work, you see what I'm saying? So it's so that's what this is. This is the gate. This is the last gateway. Is the Palo on the magic end.
Is that the Congo system you're talking about? Palo?
Yeah.
Scientific Latin names for those deities?
Yes.
Okay.
Why?
Santeria, that's what I'm going to ask you in a minute. Santeria uses Christianity, the saints.
Yeah, saints and all that.
But Santeria uses the saints from Christianity.
Right.
Palo are using Egypt, right?
Right. But
Palo, we're getting Hispanic.
Let me tell you what it is. Okay. I have to explain exactly what it is. What makes this so... The mystery goes in all ancient magic where the East will meet the West. It's the Son of Man in the West. The real magic here with these things that why they're Latin, and what makes this the more powerful and why the government ain't saying nothing about it, is because half the deities that is in the Latin form is pre-Aztec deities. Damn near with the goddamn shit from Africa. It's the Olmec shit.
Oh, it's the Olmec shit?
This shit happened here. What making it so powerful here is the Latin side, what you get. Santissima Muerte, which is a feminine spirit. Let me show you something. Check this shit out. This is what's going on. Well, Santissima.
This the Olmec stuff?
Check this out. It's a good question you asked, but this is the real thing. And it is what makes it the way it is. Look at this. Santissima, that is Santissima Muerte. Now check this out. Legendary, the lengthy ceremony calls for 7 days and 7 nights. Now I want to give you the particular part right there. The making of a saint, the ritual initiation, so on. When it comes from Vera Cruz in Mexico. Santissima Muerte is the goddess of the ceremony of death. Her powers of historical origin trace back to the pre-Aztec era. What this shit is motherfucking damn Congo and Olmec. There ain't no Aztec, there ain't no Inca, there's only Olmec.
That's what's up.
That's what you're hearing for.
That's what
I've been trying to tell him that about here.
It's not no see all that Inca. You see, if you go to History International, they'll talk about the Inca, they'll talk about the Mayas. Guess what? There wasn't nothing but the Olmec civilization. Same motherfuckers built them pyramids. So what you getting here is why they being quiet about this shit. It's just the most powerful because it's Aztec, Olmec, pre-Aztec, which is Olmec. It's the Olmec in the Congo, Africa. Fuse back in. That's how that shit is. So it's the one that's the true power of that East meets West, which was prophesized.
Egypt in the West.
Egypt in the West. And Olmec and all that shit is fused together. It's Olmec.
In the South.
It's Olmec. That's what this shit is about. That's why they keep it quiet about this. Because the Santeria is Catholic saints. You see what I'm saying? Fused in and stuff like that. Yoruba is the African thing, which was never West. And then you got Voodoo. You got Voodoo, but Voodoo don't have this Olmec shit. That's what makes it. Because Voodoo got some Catholic stuff in it. This is what makes this the most powerful. This is the one that come out of Puerto Rico. And that's why we don't have hands on it. All you got to do is initiate and understand the fusion process of the entity that you're dealing with. You see what I'm saying? Santissima Muerte, Santissima Piedra Eman, those are, although they're Latin terms, you know, based on the area, they come from Olmec, pre-Aztec.
I eventually found that even slavery was a part of hiding the information. When Spain came into the Americas in the 1500s following Columbus, they knew what was here. We were taught in school that Columbus was trying to get to the Far East and, you know, he stumbled across the Americas and that kind of thing. That's not what happened. Columbus knew what was over here. The Crusades had already been coming to the Americas. I mean, once you have ancient Egypt in the Americas and David taking that capital city of Thebes and making it the Jerusalem, in fact, it was already a city that was close to that name. It was built to honor the African Heru. And they just switched the name just a little bit. Heru became Jeru. But once you understand that Jerusalem was sitting in South America, then you have to understand that this is where the Crusades were coming. So they knew of the history in the Americas. They knew the Holy Lands were here. That's why they're always getting on ships and coming to the Crusades. You know, you could walk from where they're calling themselves Italy and France, and you could walk to that place they're now calling Middle East, but they were always in ships because you can't walk to the Americas from that Italy there. You got to get in ships. And when I would look at those ancient accounts, not ancient, when I would look into the medieval accounts and some of the ancient ones to try to follow them on their voyage, it would always stop at the ports. It would be that they were getting in the ships, and then it would be a series of periods or something showing that this text has been deleted or it's not there or not important, and then they would arrive at the Holy Land or at Constantinople, which was in the Americas as well, you know, and then they would go to the Holy Land. Even when you would see these movies that were coming out of Hollywood, when they would address that part of the subject, they would say things like, well, you know, to find your way to the Holy Lands, to find your way to ancient Jerusalem, go to where the men speak Italian, and then, you know, get on the ships and then go to the place where they speak it no more, you know, that kind of crap. You know, but really what they were saying is they were getting into the ships at Italy, and then they were sailing across the Atlantic, and they were coming into the Americas, and then they were making their way to the Holy Land. So Columbus knew this, the churches knew this, Spain knew this. You know, the problem was not, we don't believe that there is a land over there. The problem was the last time they had come over with these armed forces, they had gotten so devastated and they had been defeated so well that they had stopped coming. They did not try it again. The blacks and the others here had said, you slaughtered us so mercilessly in your first crusade and in the others that we are finally at an end of you. So if we see you again, you know we're going to return the death on you that you brought to us. And so a lot of the people quit coming to the Holy Lands in the Americas, and those became known as the Dark Ages, because when you're not in a land and you're in Europe, you don't know what's going on in the Americas, and that becomes a dark era. You don't know what's going on in the Holy Lands. So, you know, that preceded Columbus coming over. So Columbus's battle with the churches was not that I know how to get to Japan or something. That wasn't what the conversation was. It was, okay, once you get over there, you know, if we're going to invest in this, how do we know that these ships are going to return, and how do we know that you know, this is just not going to be death, you know, that people are not going to just be killed once you get back over there. And so the secret order to Columbus was, okay, we want you to go to Panama, where Egypt long ago had started building the canal, because once we go over into the Caribbean to reach Jerusalem, we still have to get to the Pacific side so that we can get to that city in South America that is and was ancient Jerusalem. So his order was, get to Panama, see what the military situation is, see if we really can take that place. We want to launch one more crusade and try it one more time. And Columbus came into the islands, where we now have Haiti and Dominican Republic and some of the others. And I guess he got a little afraid himself. He didn't come into the mainland, see, you know, and he kind of got addicted to the drugs and the women and the other things, trying to find gold. And eventually they sent soldiers to put him in chains and to bring him back to Spain, and to tell him, you didn't fulfill the obligation. The obligation was for you to check the military situation at Panama. And so on his fourth voyage, he made a beeline from Spain to Panama to check the situation, to check if it was, in fact, lightly enough guarded that they could launch an invasion and take that place. And then he went to South America, didn't go into it. He pretty much stayed on those ships. But he made this strange comment when he got to the Orinoco River that's coming out of the northern coast of South America. And he says, this river has its origin in paradise. It was one of the strangest things to be written by him. There was one other that's stranger, but this one was strange, unless you knew that this was where the ancient cities and the ancient histories had occurred. And he was right. The Orinoco River does originate in the mountains of South America, where Jerusalem and some of the other holy places were, and where Adam had lived. Adam, we'll bring him out later. Adam is in the Egyptian records. He is named in the Egyptian records very clearly. You will see him under the name Atum, and Atum becomes Adam. He is Amen. He is the founder of Egypt. That's your Adam of the Genesis account, of the biblical account. It's Atum. Atum becomes Adam. He's the same guy. And it's Amen, under his several names of Amen and Amun and Amun and all of those. So when you get into the biblical records, you're going to get to Revelations 3 and 14. You're going to see a strange verse that talks about this man called Amen, A-M-E-N, who lived at the first of creation. Well, for you to understand that, you have to understand that Genesis is not talking about the creation of the world. That's a mistake that we thought Genesis is talking about. Genesis is a record of Egypt, of the African nation, the empire that became known as Egypt. These are the Egyptian priests writing the history of their nation. And that part was adopted and put into the biblical writings along with later accounts of what was happening in Egypt. And so they're beginning it at the formation of Egypt, when Ammon lived. That's why when Cain kills his brother, he's concerned that people in the world will kill him for the murder that he's committed. And it says that when he left this place, he went into a city and took himself a wife. Well, if you've got Adam and Eve and Cain and Abel, and now Cain has slain his brother, you don't have a city you can go to. You don't have a city of people. You're at the beginning, if this is the beginning of the world. But that's not what that's about. That's an African record about the history of the African civilization that became known as Egypt. Columbus and the churches knew that in his day. He talked about this river Orinoco coming down out of the mountains and saying it originated in paradise. The other strange thing that Columbus mentioned and wrote about, and Washington Irving put it into his biography of Columbus as well, was that Columbus would go around talking about how he was going to capture Jerusalem when he made it into the Americas. Now, some scholars will argue, no, he did not say that he was going to capture Jerusalem in the Americas. Well, we don't have any record of him going to the Middle East to try to capture it over there. He knew that it was over here, and he really did have these high dreams that he would lead the crusade that would recapture ancient Jerusalem. So, when we talk about slave ships and that era, we have to understand that after Columbus, then they sent the armies back in. He had done some of the surveillance work to see where the armies were.
There was a Freemason in the 1800s before Rockefeller decided to create Egyptology and remove the mummies of the West to the East, and before the Great Reset when the Masons took the monuments of the Americas to the East. There was a Mason Le Plongeon who wrote a lengthy history of Maya culture, going so far as to propose a theory that Mayas were a part of the lost continent of Atlantis and were ancestral to ancient Egypt, and that the Americas was Egypt before Egypt existed in the mind of man. He discovered in excavation of Chichen Itza in 1875 Queen Mu and her brothers Prince Ko and Prince Ace on the murals and inscriptions that they found there. He found undisputable evidence that Queen Mu was Queen Isis and Prince Ko was Osiris, and that the murals predated ancient Egypt. Plongeon, a Freemason, was also convinced that the roots of Freemasonry were to be found in the ancient Maya culture. However, as a pioneer in producing photographic records of Maya sites and inscriptions, Le Plongeon's works retain at least a curio value to later researchers, and his photographs preserve the appearance of many sites and objects that have been subsequently damaged or destroyed. That Queen Mu, fleeing the wrath of her brother Prince Ace who murdered her brother Prince Ko, she fled back to remnants of Atlantis but settled in Nubia. Anubis and Xolotl, the remarkable resemblance of the death dog gods. Few ancient cultures have captured the modern imagination like the Egyptian and Maya civilizations, with their elaborate belief structures. The author traces a remarkable resemblance between two dog-headed gods associated with the ritualistic voyage to the afterlife, Anubis of ancient Egypt and Xolotl of Mexico. According to conventional chronologies, both civilizations seem to have emerged around 7,000 years ago, a product of the progress of the Neolithic Revolution. In both regions, the theory holds, the indigenous peoples began mastering husbandry, agriculture, and pottery. As they both flourished, they developed elaborate, vivid masterpieces of iconography and monumental masonry. As we slowly begin to decipher their beliefs, we are learning how obsessed they were with their journey into the afterlife. Both of these mysterious cultures adamantly believed that they would face a dangerous odyssey upon death, an odyssey filled with monsters, gods, and gatekeepers. But the most striking parallel lies in the fact that both cultures most closely associated this descent into the underworld with an anthropomorphic dog god. This canine of the netherworld was represented by an actual species of dog, identical in both ancient cultures, and whose genetics are being traced today. The Anubis shrine of Tutankhamun was discovered in 1922 in the Valley of the Kings, topped by a statue of Anubis, in the form of a jackal or dog god. Anubis, as you may know, is the Egyptian god who is depicted with the head of dog and the body of a man. Anubis was believed to have presided over the death process and was closely associated with mummification, tombs, cemeteries, dogs, and the underworld. The Egyptians believed that at the climax of one's underworld journey, one would be judged by Anubis and his relative Osiris. At the final judgment, Anubis and Osiris would weigh the individual's heart against the feather of Mat, truth. If their heart was too heavy with selfish or wicked deeds, then their soul would be discarded and fed to a monstrous crocodile god. It's noteworthy that the mythology of Anubis seems to have suffered a demotion as his cult became eclipsed by that of Osiris. In the oldest versions, Anubis is the son of the solar god Ra, but following the surge in popularity of the Osiris cult, the birth of Anubis was revised, making him the illegitimate son and guardian of Isis. Our Orion and Sirius, seen above, constellations were known as Isis and Anubis, her faithful dog companion, by the connecting Anubis with the dog star Sirius and the Maya Zolotl. The ancient Egyptians associated the constellation we call Orion with the god Osiris. If we liken the Orion constellation to a man firing a bow, then the star Sirius seems to follow this celestial man, like a small companion. The Egyptians linked this star with Isis and Anubis, which is fascinating because we now know, due to advancements in radio telescopes, that Sirius is a binary star. Sirius is then an older star with a younger, much smaller star, orbiting it. If the Orion constellation is thought of as a king god, and his consort as the star that shadows him, it fits like a glove that the smaller binary star orbiting Isis is her faithful dog guardian, Anubis. What is so curious about this, is that the binary nature of Sirius is not evident with the naked eye. Modern science was not even certain that the star was binary until the 1970s. Both the ancient Egyptians and their mysterious neighbors, the Dogon, seem to have been aware that Sirius was a binary star before they had the capability required to make this observation. Zolotl, on the other hand, was a Maya and Aztec god of deformities, death, fire, lightning, and monstrosities. He too was depicted with a canine head and a human body. Like his Egyptian reflection, Zolotl also is outshined by his twin brother Quetzalcoatl, just as Anubis is by his close relative Osiris. As Quetzalcoatl was associated with the morning star quality of Venus, when it precedes the dawn, Zolotl also had astronomical significance, as he was associated with Venus when it preceded moonrise. Statue of Zolotl, another death dog god, in the National Museum of Anthropology in Mexico City. Dog breeds of ancient Egypt and Mexico. In 2015, scientists studying the African golden jackal determined that it was actually not a species of jackal, but a species of wolf. The scientists then changed the name of the species to the African golden wolf. It is this species that has been commonly accepted by archaeologists as the animal sacred to Anubis. But something else important happened in 2015. Archaeologists from Cardiff University in the United Kingdom investigating at Saqqara discovered catacombs filled with millions of dogs, mummified in honor of Anubis. The Saqqara temple to Anubis at the ancient city of Memphis was a coveted destination for devotees to make offerings, as well as being a commercial powerhouse for the cult who lived there and maintained it. Quite a few species of mummified animals were discovered, including wolves and jackals. However, over 90% of the mummified animals were dogs, and they were clearly domesticated and bred. It would seem then that this unknown domestic species, and not the African golden wolf, was the preferred species to offer to Anubis. The Mexican hairless dog, also known as the Colo, has been found in Maya and Toltec burial sites dating back to ancient times. There was ritualistic sacrifice and burial of the animals in what has been interpreted as enabling the ancients interred to have the canine serve as guide and companion on the descent into the underworld. Conquistador chronicles report that large numbers of this species linked to the god were served as food at what the Spanish described as a banquet. When the genes of the Colo were sequenced by scientists in 1999, their DNA was identical to canine species of the Old World. On the left, a statue of Anubis, Ioprovidence adobe stock, and on the right a hairless Colo dog, Elisa adobe stock. Similarities between Anubis and Xolotl. It's not entirely clear from the reports on the Memphis mummies what species of dog they were, as that would require genetic testing. It is nevertheless worth noting that the Colo species and Mediterranean species look very much like the depictions of Anubis, who was depicted as being a black, short-haired, if not hairless, rectangular canine, with very large, spade-shaped ears, pointing straight up. These are certainly the most common features of the dog species and its resulting icons. Furthermore, the Mediterranean species is known as the pharaoh hound, who got its English name due to their resemblance to dog icons of ancient Egyptian tombs, Anubis. Could this be the species of dogs mummified in Memphis? Even if they were not identical species, the iconography and the physical attributes of the species are identical. Why is it then that these two geographically remote and supposedly distinct cultures were both compelled to sacrifice or ritualistically inter these specific dogs and conjure up the half-dog half-man god of the underworld? Dead dogs and diffusionism. Diffusionism is an anthropological school of thought, relating to the concept that ancient culture was transmitted either from a singular source, heliocentric diffusion, or from limited culture centers. There were early anthropologists and archaeologists who were convinced that there was a cultural link between the Old World cultures of ancient Egypt and ancient Mesopotamia, and that all civilization originated from these sources. This view was regarded by the academic community as extremist and was dismissed. They were labeled the hyperdiffusionists and became outcast, but these burial customs of seemingly identical dog species could lend credibility to their claims. If genetic analysis of the mummified from Saqqara established a sequential link between the dog species buried in Mexico, then that would suggest a culture that was once united, diverged, and took the dog species with it. Pre-Columbian imagery of Xolotl, the death dog god. Looking to genetics to solve the Anubis-Xolotl mystery. Just as the ancient myths believed these gods and these animals were psychopomps, soul guides, maybe these ritually interred canines can guide our understanding of our origins. So maybe these friendly guardians don't just guide us to the afterlife, but back in time as well. Through the information carried in their blood today, and through the genetic information preserved in their mummies and burials, could we possibly follow the black dog of Egypt into the distant past to better understand the origins of civilization? Dogs have guarded us as we've slept for countless years, sharing our hearths, affections, and meals. So it's to some extent no surprise that totally remote and unconnected societies would symbolize a guide god in the form of a dog. But how can it be that physically identical dogs, both close relatives of greater civilizer gods, were buried in such a similar ritualistic manner? Of course, in discussing this death dog god parallel, we have not mentioned the building of step pyramid structures, underground water tunnels, and astronomical alignments, all of which point to at least some degree of cultural diffusion long ago. Snakebird gods fascinated both Aztecs and ancient Egyptians. Reuters, September 24, 2019. Ancient Mexicans and Egyptians who never met and lived centuries and thousands of miles apart both worshipped feathered serpent deities, built pyramids and developed a 365-day calendar, a new exhibition shows. Billed as the world's largest temporary archaeological showcase, Mexican archaeologists have brought treasures from ancient Egypt to display alongside the great indigenous civilizations of Mexico for the first time. The exhibition, which boasts a 5-ton, 3,000-year-old sculpture of Egyptian pharaoh Ramses II and stone carvings from Mexican pyramid Chichen Itza, aims to show many of the similarities of two complex worlds both conquered by Europeans in invasions 1,500 years apart. There are huge cultural parallels between ancient Egypt and Mexico in religion, astronomy, architecture, and the arts. They deserve to be appreciated together, said exhibition organizer Gina Ulloa, who spent almost 3 years preparing the 35,520 square feet, 3,300 meter square, display. The exhibition, which opened at the weekend in the northern Mexican city of Monterrey, shows how Mexican civilizations worshipped the feathered snake god Quetzalcoatl from about 1200 BC to 1521, when the Spanish conquered the Aztecs. From 3000 BC onward, Egyptians often portrayed their gods, including the goddess of the pharaohs Isis, in art and sculpture as serpents with wings or feathers. The feathered serpent and the serpent alongside a deity signifies the duality of human existence. At once in touch with water and earth, the serpent, and the heavens, the feathers of a bird, said Ulloa. Egyptian sculptures at the exhibition, flown to Mexico from ancient temples along the Nile and from museums in Cairo, Luxor and Alexandria, show how Isis' son Horus was often represented with winged arms and accompanied by serpents. Cleopatra, the last Egyptian queen before the Roman conquest of Egypt in 30 BC, saw herself as Isis and wore a gold serpent in her headpiece. In the arts, Mexico's earliest civilization, the Olmecs, echo Egypt's finest sculptures. Olmec artists carved large man-jaguar warriors that are similar to the Egyptian sphinxes on display, showing lions with the heads of gods, or kings. The seated statue of an Egyptian scribe carved between 2465 and 2323 BC shows stonework and attention to detail that parallels a seated stone sculpture of an Olmec lord. There is no evidence the Olmecs and Egyptians ever met. Shared traits run to architecture, with Egyptians building pyramids as royal tombs and the Mayans and Aztecs following suit with pyramids as places of sacrifice to the gods. While there is no room for pyramids at the exhibition, part of the Universal Forum of Cultures, an international cultural festival held in Barcelona in 2004, organizers say it is the first time many of pieces have left Egypt. They include entire archways from Nile temples, a bracelet worn by Ramses II, and sarcophagi used by the pharaohs. Mexico has also brought together Aztec, Mayan and Olmec pieces from across the country. They are depicted carrying buckets. Thoth as Quetzalcoatl the feathered serpent. Thoth as Viracocha the feathered serpent. Another crouching god from Mesoamerica. King Pakal of Palenque. The feathered serpent was a prominent supernatural entity or deity, found in many Mesoamerican religions. It was called Quetzalcoatl among the Aztecs, Cuculcan among the Yucatec Maya, and Cuacumarts and Tohil among the Kaish Maya. The double symbolism used in its name is considered allegoric to the dual nature of the deity, where being feathered represents its divine nature or ability to fly to reach the skies, and being a serpent represents its human nature, or ability to creep on the ground among other animals of the earth, a dualism very common in Mesoamerican deities. The earliest representations of feathered serpents appear in the Olmec culture, circa 1400 to 400 BCE. Most surviving representations in Olmec art, such as Monument 19 at La Venta and a painting in the Juxtlahuaca cave, see below, show it as a crested rattlesnake, sometimes with feathers covering the body, and often in close proximity to humans. It is believed that Olmec supernatural entities such as the feathered serpent were the forerunners of many later Mesoamerican deities, although experts disagree on the feathered serpent's importance to the Olmec. The pantheon of the people of Teotihuacan, 200 BCE, 700 CE, also featured a feathered serpent, shown most prominently on the Temple of the Feathered Serpent, dated 150 to 200 CE. Several feathered serpent representations appear on the building, including full-body profiles and feathered serpent heads. Buildings in Tula, the capital of the later Toltec, 950-1150 CE, also featured profiles of feathered serpents. The Aztec feathered serpent god Quetzalcoatl is known from several Aztec codices such as the Florentine Codex, as well as from the records of the Spanish conquistadors. Quetzalcoatl was a bringer of knowledge, the inventor of books, and associated with the planet Venus. The corresponding Mayan god Cuculcan was rare in the classic era Maya civilization. However, in the Popol Vuh, the Kaish feathered serpent god Tepu Cuacumarts is the creator of the cosmos. Along with the feathered serpent deity, several other serpent gods existed in the pantheon of Mesoamerican gods with similar traits.
In the fourth hour, the actual coffin is shown descending into the earth, a schematic that actually represents the tombs themselves. You see the coffin in red, the larval forms in front of it, and the coffin is actually going to its final resting place. In the fifth hour, the coffin over here has come to its final rest in the bowels of the earth. This is the birth of the new sun god in the depths of the earth. The life force bursting from the egg forces the earth above into a bulge. At the nadir of the descent of the solar principle, life bursts from its egg with the potential of rejoining the solar source. The winged serpents no doubt are meant to symbolize this potentiality in one form or another. The egg of Sokar represents the final, the most inanimate state of matter. It's the bowels of the earth. But in the egg itself is spirit, the hawk-headed Sokar, holding apart, again, with the winged spirit and this mysterious triple-headed serpent with the deity at the other end. But the power of immanent life within it. In other words, this represents the power of life to reascend and become spirit. Actually forces a bulge in the earth above it. It's still in the register above that. There's a mound of earth on either side, two birds representing Isis and Nephthys, and a scarab underneath, buried in the earth, pulling the tow rope that's attached to the solar bark forward and upward. And the sign all the way up above is the little sign way up here represents heaven. In other words, the power of the entire enterprise is pulling the boat heavenward. It's from its resting place up eventually through its stages of transformation to the heavens.
This is the culminant moment of a life well lived. The consciousness rooted in heaven, using the fulcrum of a higher dimension, pulls the lower register to the upper, a bridge, a ladder to the realm of the netter. If we have cultivated the new life at the center of the ball of dung, it is here that we have successfully transmuted physical matter to divine, the summation and consequence of our inner work. This is the egg that was being pushed by the scarab.
In the 6th hour, once again we have the solar bark with the flesh of Ra, now not being towed forward but simply resting on the water. Here it is confronted by a familiar figure in the funerary text, a great serpent that's being chopped up by knives. This is the serpent Apap, or Apopis, which is a form of Set, the opposition. And in order for the entourage to pass, Set has to be cut in pieces, or Apopis has to be cut in pieces every night. And then, because the opposition is as immortal as divinity itself, Apop by night has reconstituted himself and is again the opposition. But in order to pass, the opposition has to be overcome. In the 7th hour, Apopis having been disempowered, the boat continues on its way, towed by a number of personages, and the imagery here shifts into symbols connoting transformation and metamorphosis. The signs of weaving appear. The 4 rams here represent the 4 states of matter. These are transforming principles that are taking the flesh of Ra, the deceased, from a lower to a higher level of consciousness.
The themes of metamorphosis, the symbols of weaving, and the presence of the 4 elemental states suggest a return to the basic building blocks which are later rewoven, recombined to create a new physical vessel. This might be seen as a representation of breakdown and resynthesis. The 4 rams corresponding to the 4 states of matter, identified in alchemical terms as earth, air, water, and fire.
In the 8th hour, the entourage has now gone up to the top. Here you see the various characters, the various deities, seated on that little upside down Y in red, emphasizing or highlighting its importance, and that little sign represents bolts of cloth or weaving. So again, it's the weft and the warp and the putting together of disparate forms. In the 9th hour, the boat now continues with a number of mysterious, more mysterious symbols. Khepri, the scarab beetle on the top, is now rolling its egg forward. Its eggs, of course, with its own future enshrined within. The sun rises between 2 serpents. Underneath, as the boat proceeds forward, are the drowning ones. And the texts here this is rather interesting, because the texts exhort those who are in the water that they don't have to live this way. They can effectively they can arise and be born again. And these are not the enemies of Ra, but rather they become the lost sheep in Christianity, those who have lost their way, who have gone astray, who are not following the path. But in Egypt, they don't have to worry too much about damnation and going to hell. All they have to do is get their act together and start behaving the way normal human beings are supposed to behave.
Hour 9 depicts the bodies of those unfortunates who have become trapped underwater, those who had taken a wrong turn and became ensnared in the labyrinth of the afterlife. On the archetypal register, we see a symbolic depiction of the higher processes at work. The beetle rolling its egg towards the sun symbolizes the great work, the creation of a higher consciousness. Next to this, we see another representation of a risen sun between two standing snakes. This may be a depiction of a new consciousness accomplished through the risen Kundalini, symbolized by the standing snakes. The snakes are crossed, perhaps indicating a harmonious interworking between the hemispheres. The crowns on the twins symbolize the solar and lunar principles, which creates another strong symbolic link with the functions and attributes of the left and right brains. If this weren't enough, a further clue reveals itself hidden in the geometry and negative space of the grouping. When compared to an overlay of the human skull, its full meaning becomes more apparent. The risen sun of the higher consciousness appears at the site of the third eye. Precisely the point at which the Egyptians depicted the risen Kundalini cobra in their various statuary and sculpture. The twins each have a hand raised to their heads. They appear to be thinking or drawing attention to the head, further indication of the cerebral nature of the hieroglyph. To the right of that is what seems like a depiction of balance, perhaps indicative of the stability achieved through harmony and balance of the hemispheres of the poles of consciousness.
In the 11th hour, the process is almost complete. The bark is being towed forward. The rope itself now takes the form of the gigantic coiled serpent. The personifications of the hours are transporting or preceding the boat. And once again, this is Mehen, the enveloper, probably the origin of our familiar figure of speech, the coils of time. Up in the top register, emphasized in red, a small divine figure riding on a serpent in the company of 10 stars. In other words, this is the serpent in the sky. This is intellect made divine, or the serpent representing duality, once again uniting with, or this is duality reconciled, or a new one. And the legged winged serpent now appears up in the upper register between the two eyes of the solar and the lunar eyes of Ra.
In hour 11, we see the united hemispheres become the androgyne, the solar and lunar principle fused together. This powerful and sacred symbolism has echoed through history, and strong correlations can be seen between these hieroglyphic symbols and many later depictions of the alchemical stage represented by the androgyne and its divine offspring. This inspiring moment seems to indicate a mastery over the coils of time, perhaps indicative of a timeless period in which the higher consciousness of the deceased can reside with the gods.
In the 12th hour, the process is complete. The bark, now with a scarab beetle in the front, is being towed through the backbone of this enormous serpent, which Vala de Lubitsch thought was a parallel to the Kundalini energy of the Hindus, in which lies coiled at the base of the spine.
Any real technology for navigation through the wheels of the afterlife might also include a gate for a return to physical incarnation. The 12 figures spanned by the snake might be seen as representing the spine and an outstretched Kundalini snake. Taken together, they might be seen to represent a sexual event on the physical or material plane, which will provide an opportunity to return to physical incarnation. The cycle returns to where it began.
And here, this is a parallel expression of the bark of transformation passing through or releasing the Kundalini energy, and this results in a new sun in the scarab beetle pushing associated with the head of the dead king, which is associated with the new sun, pushing its way through the earth into immortality, actually. In other words, it's another expression of the pyramid text, Ba and Ka unite, become a star, join the company of Ra, and sail with him across the sky in his boat of millions of years. It's a similar parallel. This is the same teaching expressed in New Kingdom terminology in this extraordinarily complex text.
The tomb itself was only one component of this science of life and death. The pharaoh's body also played an important role in this strange technology.
This takes us actually to the strange practice of mummification. Our embalming rites that we carry on today routinely in a number of funerary traditions are probably pale versions of what the Egyptians went through thousands of years ago. Over the course of a couple of thousand years, this process got more and more elaborate until in the New Kingdom, in the tombs of the Valley of the Kings, that process reached a culmination that is incredibly complex and, to us, somewhat repellent. After these 70 days, the mummy is swathed in mummy wrappings and cloth, into which are wrapped all sorts of magical amulets, scarabs, funerary texts themselves, and the body is finally brought to its final resting place. Now, the process seems to us, to say the least, excessive. But if we start from the proposition that maybe the Egyptians knew what they were talking about, it's worth looking at this as something perhaps more than just superstition or an incredible amount of detail lavished upon superstition. Maybe this accounts for both the incredible attention, work, money, time that went into mummifying a dead pharaoh, and this kind of shiver that comes through you when you think of it. There's something repugnant about it. You shouldn't need to have to go through all of that. The thinking was that perhaps as long as the physical body of the pharaoh existed, the discarnate or disembodied Ka, or soul, of the king was not obliged to reincarnate. And that corresponds in its own way to the Tibetan understanding that the objective of the whole exercise of life, you might say, is not to reincarnate, but to become a star and join the company of Ra and sail across the sky in his boat of millions of years. So I can't say if that is actually the explanation, but to me it made sense. It accounted for both the incredible amount of attention paid and that somewhat repellent feeling that you get when you are taught about this process, because it's, in a way, it's a kind of a spiritual dodge, you might say, that you're kind of given as much time as you need to carry on work that is supposed to be done, in theory, during life. And if there is anything to the notion of spiritual work carried on in the disembodied state, then to that, let's say, to that ongoing work, as long as the body remains, the soul is not obliged to reincarnate. And in the case of the mummified pharaohs, if the mummies are not pillaged and ruined and exposed to the elements, if they are actually left in their original resting places, they are there effectively eternally, because they're subject to geological time, not to any other kind of time. The mummies that have been found now and exhumed and examined and studied and x-rayed and so on are in pretty much perfect condition after over 3,000 years. So unpillaged, unstudied, and unexhumed, they'd simply be there forever, until the mountains themselves, or the tombs into which the deep caves that they're buried in themselves are destroyed in some sort of geological cataclysm. In any event, to me, this makes much more sense than simply assuming that the Egyptians were a bunch of superstitious idiots who put all of this incredible amount of attention into preserving the body of a dead pharaoh.
The physical body of the pharaoh was rendered timeless, perhaps turned into an open gate, or perhaps a type of anchor. It was heavily supplied with all manner of spells, amulets, talismans, and other forms of magical protection. The strange practice of mummification still holds many mysteries. Why were some organs carefully preserved while the brain was scooped out and discarded?
The pharaoh brings Joseph out of prison to interpret his dreams. Joseph declares that the dreams portend 7 years of abundance, followed by 7 years of famine. Joseph recommends that the pharaoh preserve food from the time of abundance for use during the time of famine. The pharaoh is so impressed by Joseph's plan that he places him in charge of his entire court, a role that is memorialized on the walls of royal tombs. Egyptologist Dr. Yasser Izzat gave me a guided tour in the Valley of the Kings.
This is one of the most beautiful tombs in this area.
So these are all the images of the visit?
Yes, yes. As you see, and everywhere here they showed the title of the vizier. You see the blue circle up.
The circle with the dots in it.
Yeah, above it, you see the sign above it?
Yeah, now what is that sign?
Yeah, this is Emira, means the overseer of the city.
It's almost like you can draw a direct connection between these hieroglyphs on the wall and what's in this book.
Yeah.
Perfect work of creation on earth. Also to make known the fact that Maya, not India, is the true mother of nations. Then, perhaps, will be awakened, in the mind of those in whose power it is to do it, a desire to save and preserve what remains of the mural inscriptions carved on the walls of the ruined palaces and temples of the Mayas, that are being torn to pieces by individuals commissioned by certain institutions in the United States and other places to obtain curios to adorn their museums, regardless of the fact that they are destroying the remaining pages of ancient American history with the reckless hand of ignorance, thus making themselves guilty of the crime of Lee's history, as well as of iconoclasm. Perhaps also will be felt the necessity of recovering the libraries of the Maya sages, hidden about the beginning of the Christian era, to save them from destruction at the bands of the devastating hordes that invaded their country in those times, and to learn from their contents the wisdom of those ancient philosophers, of which that preserved in the books of the Brahmins is but the reflection. That wisdom was no doubt brought to India, and from there carried to Babylon and Egypt in very remote ages by those Maya adepts, Nakal the Exalted, who, starting from the land of their birth as missionaries of religion and civilization, went to Burma, where they became known as Nagabi, established themselves in the Deccan, whence they carried their civilizing work all over the earth. I reserve the teachings that may be gathered from the study of Maya monuments for a future occasion, restricting my observations now principally to the memorial hall at Chichen, dedicated to the manes of Prince Ko by his sister wife Queen Mu, and to the mausoleum, erected by her order, to contain his effigy and his cremated remains. In the first she caused to be painted, On the walls of the funeral chamber, the principal events of his and her life, just as the Egyptian kings had the events of their own lives painted on the walls of their tombs. Language is admitted to be a most accurate guide in tracing the family relation of various peoples, even when inhabiting countries separated by vast extents of land or water. In the present instance, Maya, still spoken by thousands of human beings, and in which the inscriptions sculptured on the walls of the temples and palaces in the ruined cities of Yucatan are written, as are also the few books of the ancient Maya sages that have come to our hands, will be the thread of Ariadne that will guide us in following the tracks of the colonists from El Wayach in their peregrinations. In every locality where their name is found, there also we meet with their language, their religious and cosmogonic notions, their traditions, customs, architecture, and a host of other indications of their presence and permanency, and of the influence they have exerted on the civilization of the aboriginal inhabitants. The reading of the Maya inscriptions and books, among other very interesting subjects, reveals the origin of many narratives that have come down to us as traditions in the sacred books of various nations, and which are regarded by many as inexplicable myths. For instance, we find in them the history of certain personages who, after their death, became the gods most universally revered by the Egyptians, Isis and Osiris, whose earthly history, related by Wilkinson and other writers who regard it as a myth, corresponds exactly to that of Queen Mu and her brother husband Prince Cobb, whose charred heart was found by me, preserved in a stone urn in his mausoleum at Chichen. Osiris, we are told, was killed by his brother through Jil Uzi, and because his murderer wished to seize the reins of the government. He made war against the widow, his own sister, whom he came to hate bitterly, after having been madly in lot with her. In these same books we learn the true meaning of the tree in the middle of the garden, of the temptation of the woman by the serpent offering her a fruit. This offer of fruit, as a declaration of love, which was a common occurrence in the everyday life of the Mayas, Egyptians, and Greeks, loses all the seeming incongruity it presents in the narrative of Genesis for lack of a word of explanation. But this shows how very simple facts have been, and still are, made use of by crafty men, such as the high priest Hilkiah, to devise religious speculations and impose on the good faith of ignorant, credulous, and superstitious masses. It is on this story of the courting of Queen Mu by Prince Aac, the murderer of her husband purposely disfigured by the scheming Jewish priest Hilkiah, who made the woman appear to have yielded to her tempter, perhaps out of spite against the prophetess Huldah, she having refused to countenance his fraud, and to become his accomplice in it, one that rests the whole fabric of the Christian religion, which, since its advent in the world, has been the cause of so much bloodshed, and so many atrocious crimes. In these Maya writings we also meet with the solution of that much mooted question among modern scientists, the existence, destruction, and submergence of a large island in the Atlantic Ocean, as related by Plato in his Timæus and Critias, in consequence of earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. Of this dreadful cataclysm, in which perished 64 millions of human beings, for different authors have left descriptions in the Maya language. Two of these narratives are illustrated, that contained in the Troano MS, to the other in the Codex Cortesianus. The third has been engraved on stone, in relief, and placed for safekeeping in a room in a building at Sheikh Ben, where it exists today, sheltered from the action of the elements, and preserved for the knowledge of coming generations. The fourth was written thousands of miles from Wayach, in Athens, the brilliant Grecian capital, in the form of an epic poem, in the Maya language. Each line of said poem, formed by a composed word, is the name of one of the letters of the Greek alphabet, rearranged, as we have it, 403 years before the Christian era, under the archonship of Euclides. Fleeing from the wrath of her brother Aac, Queen Mu directed her course toward the rising sun, in the hope of finding shelter in some of the remnants of the land
of Mu.
You have to go to your temples for proof and validation and research and see the temples. It says the carving from the temples of Ipidasut, Karnak is called today. Sahu Nepet, Orion was Lord of the heavens. So here we see that this is Sahu, this is Neb, and this is Pet. So our ancestors saw Orion was Lord of the heavens. They carved it on the temples, but why did they put it there? That's what we want to look at. They saw, as we go back to the scriptures, we're going to bring the scriptures in the court of law. Where is it in the scriptures? Yes, it's in the scriptures. In Amos, chapter 5, verse 8, it says, seeketh him that maketh the 7 stars of Orion. Uh-oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Seeketh him that maketh the 7 stars of Orion. Well, our ancestors saw that Asar, our spiritual father, and the Zep-Tepi, for our spirit to go back to him, to rise up our caress, we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and the constellation of Orion long before it was in Amos and the scriptures was even in existence. This is the Zep-Tepi, or the first time of creation. Our ancestors saw through the constellation, through the heavenly body, through astrotheology, through the cosmos, the first divine mother and father for them to live for eternity. A set represented Sahu, called Ceres today, and Asar represented Orion. Our spiritual mother and father that we carved on the temples. Here we see the earliest story of Asar, who had an evil brother named Set. Many versions of the story, who got 72 conspirators to crucify him. Here we see this is long before the Cain and Abel story. You got it carved on the temples. And although you see it carved on the temples on the outside, still on the inside, they're still beautifully painted black. It's through this story of the union of Asar and Asar's resurrection, through the union of Asar and Aset, they have a holy child. It's told on the papyruses where the name paper came from. We see Tahuti, we did not worship animals, but Tahuti, the divine nectar, the messenger corresponding to Gabriel in the gospel, announces to the goddess Aset that she give a divine immaculate conception and virgin birth. So here you had this spiritual story where Tahuti came, who was a spiritual law, said Aset would have a holy child. This is long before Gabriel, the angel of the Lord, came through the back door and told Mary that she was going to have an immaculate conception. Now, our story was more spiritual because Tahuti gave the call, and Amun came to Asar and said that your wife Aset would have an immaculate conception. On these temples, right here, Dendera, at the temple of Het-Heru, let's go inside these temples, brothers and sisters, and going inside these temples, here we can see an ancient spiritual story where Asar, here we see he's born in a manger. One of the things that I make sure of is that we get accounts that's not going to be revealed to tour groups who come through here. That's what I try to do. Reveal the information that normally would be passed by and not even mentioned to many of the Europeans because it would conflict with their European Western world through their own European white supremacy thinks that everything started with them, or think that their whole European Christian concept started with them. This is a Torah book. It's good to pick these little books up. And it's written by the Mormons. The Mormons who write these books. The Mormons. Okay. But the Mormons are heavily into Kemet. Now, this is a chapel. This chapel is where Heru was born, in a manger, at December the 25th. Okay? Now, here's the book. Let me read it. You have the book? That's page 18. Here's the chapel, right where you are. Is that the same chapel? Yeah. Okay, you see where I have yellow in it, right? Okay, so let me read it. This court and chapel, from a special unit within the great temple, they were used for the celebration of the Day of the Child in his cradle, a festival commemorating the birth of Horus, which, coming as it did at the close of the Egyptian year, offers a curious resemblance to the Christian festival of Christmas. How could it be a curious resemblance when this predates European Christianity? What was the symbol of this temple right here? What zoomorphic form? The cow. Now, have you often wondered why the cow is always in the manger? This is Hathor right here with the cow's ears that looked over Haru in his birth at December the 25th. Here you see in a pictorial version of their painting of the European Jesus wrapped up like the mummy that was called the Carissing, that we'll get into in the lecture series, showing you right here, why is it a cow? No one had never asked, why is the cow in the manger? Because the cow was Haru. And where Haru was born in the manger, this was his surrogate mother, the cow. That the cow symbolically plays the surrogate mother over the European pictorial versions of the Bible that we have right here. So again, you can see where it all came from. I know this is hard for some folks, but you have come back to see it. Now you see the cow head a Haru over the King Horus that you see right here. That every king that was born, like Horus born in this chapel right here. Put this in your own mental court of law. Let's see all the evidence. And once all the evidence is presented, we can see where European Western version of Christianity copied from this. Now, the surrogate mother is Haru. Her symbol is a cow. Why the cow? Because she represented the great Mother Earth. Now let's look at this, because on their own Torah books right here, a closer view of that, it says this. This court and chapel formed a special unit within the great temple. They were used for the celebration of the Day of the Child in his cradle. A festival commemorating the birth of Horus, that we called Haru, which, coming as it did at the close of Egyptian year, offers a curious resemblance to the Christian festival of Christmas. A curious resemblance. Thousands of years before their stuff, but it's a curious resemblance. Not only that, they go on to say that this small temple was called the Menmesi, or meaning the birth house in the ancient Kemetic, or they call Egyptian. The reliefs on the wall portray the divine birth and childhood of an infant, Haru. Now here we see the rites which related to Horus, Osiris, Horus, the father, and his death. This is where we get the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost from. And this early trihood of Asar, Aset, and Haru, brothers and sisters. On these temples you see Heru. She was a Tanihisian, or what is known as a Nubian goddess that came up from the south. Why do they got Hathor, or Heru, that our ancestors called him, over the European Jesus? Is that animal worship going on in the manger? Let's go after this now. See the cow, Hathor, over the European Jesus? Our ancestors always placed Hathor over the Pharaoh to rule because he was the divine king. He was called the King of Kings, the Sarah, the Son of God. Every king or sultan represented that this was the surrogate mother was Hathor, and her symbol was the cow. So every sultan king was the Haru king, who was protected by the Holy Mother, and her name was also Mary, meaning love that was changed to Mary. By the way, you shouldn't say love. That's white folks' term. Okay? We call it Murray, that they corrupted it into Mary. That's literally a copy off of your tombs thousands of years ago, where you see the cow was always over the Haru king, as you see the cow over the white Jesus.
The study in situ of the relics of the ancient Mayas has revealed such striking analogies between their language, their religious conceptions, their cosmogenic notions, their manners and customs, their traditions, their architecture, and the long gauge, the religious conceptions, the cosmogenic notions, the manners and customs, the traditions, the architecture of the ancient civilized nations of Asia, Africa, and Europe, of which we have any knowledge, that it has become evident to my mind at least, that such similarities are not merely effects of hazard, but the result of intimate communications that must have existed between all of them, and that distance was no greater obstacle to their intercourse than it is today to that of the inhabitants of the various countries. It has been, and still is, a favorite hypothesis with certain students of ethnology that the Western continent, now known as America, received its human population, therefore its civilization, from Asia. True, there is a split in their ranks. They are not quite certain if the immigration in America came from Tartary across the Strait of Bering, or from Hindostan over the wastes of the Pacific Ocean. This, however, is of little consequence. There are those who pretend, like Klaproth, that the cradle of humanity is to be found on the plateau of Pamir, between the high peaks of the Himalayan ranges, or like Messrs. Renan and Barthélemy Saint Hilaire, who place it in the region of the Timrius, in the countries where the Bible says El Garden of Eden was situated, while others are equally certain man came from Lemuria, that submerged continent invented by P.L. Sclater, which Haeckel one believes was the birthplace of the primitive ape-man, and which they say now lies under the waves of the Indian Ocean. The truth of the matter is that these opinions are mere conjectures, simple hypotheses, and their advocates know no more when and where man first appeared on earth than the newborn babe knows of his surroundings or how he came. The learned wranglers on this shadowy and dim point forget that all leading geologists now agree in the opinion that America is the oldest known continent on the face of the planet, that the fossil remains of human beings found in various parts of it, far distant from each other, prove that man lived there in times immemorial, and that we have not the slightest ray of light to illumine the darkness that surrounds the origin of those primeval men. Furthermore, it is now admitted by the generality of scientists that man, far from descending from a single pair, located in a particular portion of the Earth's surface, has appeared on every part of it where the biological conditions have been propitious to his development and maintenance, and that the production of the various species, if their distinct, well-marked anatomical and intellectual characteristics, was due to the difference of those biological conditions and to the general forces calling forth animal life prevalent in the places where each particular species has appeared and whose distinctive marks were adapted to its peculiar environments. The Maya sages doubtless had reached similar conclusions, since they called their country Mayak, that is, the land first emerged from the bosom of the deep, the country of the Salawat, and the Egyptians, according to Herodotus, boasted that their ancestors, in the lands of the West, were the oldest men on earth. If the opinion of Lyell, Humphrey, and a host of modern geologists, regarding the priority of America's antiquity, be correct, what right have we to gainsay the assertion of the Mayas and of the Egyptians in claiming likewise priority for their people and their country? It is but natural to suppose that intelligence in man was developed on the oldest continent, among its most ancient inhabitants, and that its concomitant, civilization, grew apace with its development. When, at the impulse of the instinct of self-preservation, men linked themselves into clans, tribes, and nations, history was born, and with it a desire to commemorate the events of which it is composed. The art of drawing or writing was then invented. The incidents R.L. Gard is most worthy of being remembered and preserved for the knowledge of coming generations were carved on the most enduring material in their possession stone. And so it is that we find today the cosmogonic and religious notions, the records of natural phenomena, and predominant incidents in the history of their nation, and that of their rulers, sculptured on the walls of the temples and palaces of the civilized. Elwayas, Chaldeans, and Egyptians, as on the sacred rocks, and in the hallowed caves of primitive uncivilized man. It is to the monumental inscriptions, and to the books of the Mayas that we must turn if we wish to learn about the naval traditions of mankind, the development of civilization, and the events that took place centuries before the dim myths recorded as occurrences at the beginning of our written history. Historians, when writing on the universal history of the race, have never taken into consideration that of man in America, and the one role that in remote ages American nations played on this world stage, and the influence they exerted over the populations of Asia, Africa, and Europe. Still, as far as we can scan the long vista of the past centuries, the Mayas seem to have had direct and intimate communications with them. This fact is indeed no new revelation, as proved by the universality of the name Maya, which seems to have been as well known by all civilized nations, thousands of years ago, as is today that of the English. Thus we meet with it in Japan, the islands of the Pacific, Hindustan, Asia Minor, Egypt, Greece, Equatorial Africa, North and South America, as well as in the countries known to us as Central America, which in those times composed empire. The seat of the government and residence of the rulers was the peninsula of Yucatan. Wherever found, the name Maya is synonymous with power, wisdom, and learning. The existence of the Western continent was no more a mystery to the inhabitants of the countries bordering on the Darien than to those whose shores are bathed by the waves of the Indian Ocean. Valmiki, in his beautiful epic the Ramayana, says that, in times so remote that the sun had not yet risen above the horizon, the Mayas, great navigators, terrible warriors, learned architects, conquered the southern parts of the Indo-Chinese peninsula and established themselves there. In the classic authors, Greek and Latin, we find frequent mention of the great Saturnian continent, distant many thousand stadia from the Pillars of Hercules toward the setting sun. Plutarch, in his Life of Solon, says that when the famed Greek legislator visited Egypt, 600 years before the Christian era, Sonchus, a priest of Sais, also Xenophus, a priest of Heliopolis, told him that 9,000 years since, the relations of the Egyptians with the inhabitants of the lands of the West had been interrupted because of the mud that had made the sea impassable after the destruction of Atlantis by earthquakes. The same author again, in his work, De Facie or Blome, has Sylla recount to his brother Lampias all he learned concerning them from a stranger he met at Carthage returning from the transatlantic countries. That the western continent was visited by Carthaginians a few years before the ending of Plato's Atlantis, the portraits of men with long beards and Phoenician features, Discov aired by me in 1875, sculptured on the columns and antre of the castle at Bitchen, bear witness. Diodorus Siculus attributes the discovery of the Eastern continent to the Phoenicians, and describes it as a country dot where the landscape is varied by very lofty mountains, and the temperature is always soft and equable. Procopius, alluding to it, says it is several thousand stadia from Ogygia, and encloses the whole sea, into which a multitude of rivers, descending from the highlands, discharge their waters. Theopompus of Chio, speaking of its magnitude, says, compared with it, our world is but a small island, and Cicero, mentioning it, makes use of nearly the same words. Aristotle in his work, De Mirabile Auscultatio, giving an account of it, represents it as a very large and fertile country, well watered by abundant streams, and he refers to a decree enacted by the Senate of Carthage toward the year 509 NC, intended to stem the current of emigration that had set toward the western lands, as they feared it might prove detrimental to the prosperity of their city. The belief in the former existence of extensive lands in the middle of the Atlantic, and their submergence in consequence of seismic convulsions, existed among scientists even as far down as the 5th century of the Christian era. Proclus, one of the greatest scholars of antiquity, who during 35 years was at the heart of the Neoplatonic school of Athens, and was learned in all the sciences known in his days, in his commentaries on Plato's Timæus, says, the famous Atlantis exists no longer, but we can hardly doubt that it did once, for Marcellus, who wrote a history of Ethiopian affairs. Says that such and so great an island once existed, and that it is evidenced by those who composed histories relative to the external sea, for they relate that in this time there were 7 islands in the Atlantic Sea sacred to Proserpine, and, besides these, 3 of immense magnitude, sacred to Pluto, Jupiter, and Neptune, and, besides this, the inhabitants of the last island, Poseidones, preserve the memory of the prodigious magnitude of the Atlantic island as related by their ancestors, and of its governing for many periods all the islands in the Atlantic Sea. From this isle one may pass to other large islands beyond, which are not far from the firm land near which is the true sea. It is well to notice that, like all the Maya authors who have described the awful cataclysms that caused the submergence of Ashlu, Proclus mentions the existence of 10 countries or islands, as Plato did. Can this be a mere coincidence, or was it actual geographical knowledge on the part of these writers? Inquiries are often made as to the causes that led to the interruption of the communications between the inhabitants of the western continent and the dwellers on the coasts of the Mediterranean, after they had been renewed by the Carthaginians. It is evident that the mud spoken of by the Egyptian priests had settled in the course of centuries, and that the seaweeds mentioned by Hamilco had ceased to be a barrier to impede the passage, since Carthaginians reached the shores of Yucatan at least 500 years before the Christian era. These causes may be found in the destruction of Carthage, of its commerce, and its ships, by the Romans under Publius Scipio. The Romans never were navigators. After the fall of Carthage, public attention being directed to their conquests in northern Africa, in western Asia, and in Greece, to their wars with the Teutons and the Cimbri, to their own civil dissensions, and to the many other political events that preceded the decadence and disintegration of the Roman Empire. The maritime expeditions of the Phoenicians and of the Carthaginians, their discoveries of distant and transatlantic countries, became well-nigh forgotten. On the other hand, those hardy navigators kept their discoveries as secret as possible. With the advent and ascendancy of the Christian Church, the remembrance of the existence of such lands that still lingered among students, as that of the Egyptian and Greek civilizations, was utterly obliterated from the mind of the people. If we are to believe Tertullian and other ecclesiastical writers, the Christians, during the first centuries of the Christian era, held in abhorrence all arts and sciences, which, like literature, they attributed to the Muses, and therefore regarded as artifices of the devil. They consequently destroyed all vestiges, as well as all means of culture. They closed the academies of Athens, the schools of Alexandria, burned the Liber Rise of the Serapion, and other temples of learning, which contained the works of the philosophers, and the records of their researches in all branches of human knowledge, the power of steam and electricity not excepted. They depopulated the countries bathed by the waters of the Mediterranean, plunged the populations of Western Europe into ignorance, superstition, fanaticism, threw over them, as an intellectual mortuary pall, the black wave of barbarism that during the Middle Ages came nigh wiping out all traces of civilization, which was ved from total wreck by the followers of Mahomet, whose great mental and scientific attainments illumined that night of intellectual darkness as a brilliant meteor, too soon extinguished by those minions of the Church, the members of the Holy Inquisition established by Pope Lucius III. The inquisitors, imitating their worthy predecessors, the metropolitans of Constantinople, and the bishops of Alexandria, closed the academies and public schools of Cordoba, where Pope Sylvester II and several other high dignitaries of the Church had been admitted as pupils and acquired, under the tuition of Moorish philosophers, knowledge of medicine, geography, rhetoric, chemistry, physics, mathematics, astronomy, and the other sciences contained in the thousands of precious volumes that formed the superb libraries which the inquisitors wantonly destroyed, alleging St. Paul's example. One abundant proofs of the intimate communications of the ancient Mayas with the civilized nations of Asia, Africa, and Europe are to be found among the remains of their ruined cities. Their peculiar architecture, embodying their cosmogonic and religious notions, is easily recognized in the ancient architectural monuments of India, Chaldea, Egypt, and Greece, in the Great Pyramid of Gizeh, in the famed Parthenon of Athens. Although architecture is an unerring standard of the one degree of civilization reached by a people, and constitutes, therefore, an important factor in historical research, although it is as correct a test of race as is language, and more easily applied and understood, not being subject to changes, I have refrained from availing myself of it, in order not to increase the limits of the present work. Mr. R.G. Halliburton, of Boston, Massachusetts, in a very learned and most interesting paper one on the Festival of Ancestors, or the Feast of the Dead, so prevalent among all nations of the earth, speaking of the singularity of its being observed everywhere at precisely the same epoch of the year, says, "It is now, as it was formerly, observed at or near the beginning of November by the Peruvians, the Hindus, the Pacific Islanders, the people of the Tonga Islands, the Australians, the ancient Persians, the ancient Egyptians, and the northern nations of Europe, and continued for 3 days among the Japanese, the Hindus, the Australians, the ancient Romans, and the ancient Egyptians. When contemplating the altar at the entrance of Prince Cobb's funeral chamber, we asked ourselves, are we still in America, or has some ancient wizard, by magic art, suddenly transported us to the south of the Asiatic peninsula, in Cambodia, in the old city of Angkor Thom? There also we find similar altars, figures of serpents, and the bird-headed god. This bird, symbol of the principal female divinity, is met within every country where Maya civilization can be traced in Polynesia, Japan, India, Chaldea, Egypt, Greece, as in Mayak, and the ancient city of Tiahuanaco on the high plateaus of the Peruvian Andes. In Egypt the vulture formed the headdress of the goddess Isis, or Han, whose vestments were dyed with a variety of colors imitating feather work. Everywhere it is a myth. In Mayak only we may perhaps find the origin of this myth, since it was the totem of Queen Mu, whose name means macaw, and she is generally pictured in the sculptures and inscriptions by the figure of that beautiful bird, whose plumage is composed of brilliant feathers of various colors. On examining the adornments of the Atlantis that supported the altar, we could not help exclaiming, "Why, this is Burma." And so it is. But it is also America. Ancient America, brought back to light after slumbering many ages in the lap of time, to show the people of the 19th century that, long, long ago, intimate communications existed between the inhabitants of the Western continent and those of Asia, Africa, and Europe, just as they exist today, and that ancient American civilization, if not the mother of that of historical nations of antiquity, was at least an important factor in the framing of their cosmogonic notions and primitive traditions. Of that fact no better proof can be obtained than by comparing the symbols of the universe found among the Mayas, the Hindus, the Chaldees, and the Egyptians. The simplest is that of the Mayas. It seems to have served as model for the others, that evidently are amplifications of it. We find it many times repeated, adorning the central fillet of the upper cornice of the entablatures of the eastern and west. Urn Fes of King Knes Palace at Ux Mall. This edifice was also the residence of the pontiff. A knowledge of antique geometric symbology makes it easy to understand these cosmic diagrams. In the center of the figure we see a circle inscribed within the hexagon formed by the sides of two interlaced equilateral triangles. The Egyptians held the equilateral triangle as the symbol of nature, beautiful and fruitful. In their hieroglyphs it meant worship. For the Christians the equilateral triangle, containing the open eye of Shiva, is the symbol of deity. The Hindus and the Chaldees regarded it as emblem of the spirit of the universe. Exoterically this central circle represents the sun, the light and life-giver of the physical world, evolved from fire and water. It is well known that among the ancient occultists of all nations, the triangle with the apex upward symbolized fire, that with the apex downward, water. The outer circle that circumscribes the triangles is the horizon, that apparent boundary of the material world, within which, in his daily travels, the sun seems to be tied up. Hence the name Intihuatana, sun's halter, given by the ancient Peruvians to the stone circles so profusely scattered over the high plateaus of the Andes, along the shores of Lake Titicaca, in India, Arabia, northern Africa, northern Europe, where they are known as Druidical circles. Their use is still a matter of discussion for European antiquaries. They disdain to seek in America for the explanation of the motives that prompted their erection, and that of many other constructions, as well as the origin of customs and traditions that continue to be among them the themes for useless controversies. The 12 scallops which surround the outer circle are the 12 houses or resting places of the sun, that is, the 12 months of the solar year, or 12 signs of the zodiac. As to the 4 double rays, those nearest to the houses of the sun typify the primordial 4, direct emanations from the central sun, the 4 heavenly giants who helped in fashioning the material universe. The lower ones symbolize the 4 primordial substances known to modern scientists as nitrogen, hydrogen, and carbon, whose various combinations form the 4 primitive elements fire, water, air, and earth, into which these can again be resolved. In the appendix, the esoteric explanation of the diagram is presented as it was given by the Maya sages to their pupils in the secrecy of the mysterious recesses of their temples. It responds precisely to the doctrine of the cosmic evolution contained in that ancient Sanskrit book of Zion, which forms the groundwork of Madame H.P. Blavatsky's The Secret Doctrine. The Maya colonists who carried their conceptions of cosmic evolution to India, fearing lest the meaning of this diagram, purposely made so simple by the wise men in their mother country, should not be sufficiently intelligible to the new Tietes to whom they communicated it in the land of their adoption, amplified it, and composed the Sri Santara, each part of easy comprehension. This, at first sight, may appear like an assertion of private OPM 10N. It is not, however. It is the stating of an historical fact that becomes evident when we study said Sri Santara and notice that the names of its different parts, from Dadadidi, the boundless, to Maya, the earth, are not Sanskrit, but pure American Maya words. Now, if the Hindu priests, the Brahmins, did not receive their cosmogony from the Mayas, together with the diagram by which they symbolized it, how did it happen that they adopted precisely the same geometrical figures as the Mayas to typify their notions of the creation of the universe, which we are told they borrowed from the materialistic religion of the non-Wyetic population, and that, in giving names to the various parts of said figures, they made use of vocables not belonging to their own vernacular, but to a language spoken by the inhabitants of a country distant many thousand miles from their own, and separated from it by the wastes of the ocean, the traversing of which was by them, as it is by their descendants, regarded as a defilement. We must not lose sight of the fact that the Danavas and the Ndgds were peoples who did not belong to the Aryan stock, and that they suffered a fierce persecution at the hands of the Brahmins when these acquired power. As to these, their origin is one of the most obscure points in the annals of ancient India. They are barely mentioned in the Vedic hymns. When, in remote times, the Aryans invaded the Punjab, the Brahmins had no power or authority. They were merely messengers and sacrificers. No food ate o pure as that cooked by a Brahmin. Others among them, having a devout turn of mind, were hermits doing penance, immersed in contemplation. At the time of Alexander's conquest of northern India, many lived in convents, practicing occultism. They were called gymnosophists by the Greeks. A.N.D. were regarded as very wise men. But it must be remembered that the period between the establishment of the Vedio settlements on the Sa.Ra-Swati and the conquest of Hindustan by the Aryans, when they had become the leading power, probably covers an interval of thousands of years. Apiarians appear to have had no definite idea of a universe of being, or of the creation, and a universe from them. Therefore, the Brahmins could not have borrowed their AC count of the CRE.ation, which differs from that we might infer from the Vedic hymns. 5 Still Manu borrowed some of the ideas conveyed in his account of the creation of the universe by Brahma. From whom did he borrow them? The Brahmins rarely attempted to ignore or denounce the traditions of any new people with whom they came in contact, but rather they converted such materials into vehicles for the promulgation of their peculiar tenets. 1. The NDGD8, we have seen, were a highly civilized people, whose rulers held sway over the whole of Hindustan, when the Aryans established their FLRST colonies on the banks of the Sarasvati. Later on we shall see that these NAGCU1 were originally Maya adepts, who in remote ages migrated from AACB to Burma, whence they spread their doctrines among the civilized nations of Asia and Africa. How else explain the use of the American Maya language by the Hindus, calling Maya the material world? Ma, country, Yak, the veritrum of the ancestor, through which all living earthly things were produced. This query may be answered by another. Why do we find English customs, English traditions, English language, in America, India, Australia, Africa, and 1,001 other places very distant from each other, among peoples that do not even know of each other's existence? Why, anyone will say, because colonists from England have settled in those countries, and naturally carried there the customs, traditions, language, religion, sciences, and civilization of the mother country. Why, then, not admit that that which occurs in our day has taken place in past ages? Is not man the same in all times? Has not the stronger always imposed his ideas on the weaker? If in the struggle toward eternal progress, the most civilized has not always been physically victorious, history teaches that intellectually he has obtained the victory over his conqueror in the long run, proving, what has so many times been asserted, that mind is mightier than matter. Civilization is indeed like the waves of the sea, one wave follows another. Their crests are not of equal height. Some are higher, some are lower. Between them there is always a trough more or less deep. The wave behind inevitably pushes that immediately before it, often overwhelms it. If we compare the Sri Santara with the cosmogonic diagram of the Mayas, it does not require a great effort of imagination to perceive that it is an amplification of the latter. This being so, let us see what may be, in the Maya language, the meaning of the names of its different parts. The use of the Maya throughout these pages, to explain the meaning of names of deities, nations, and localities whose etymon is not only unknown, but a mystery to philologists, will show the necessity of acquiring this most ancient form of speech. It is not a dead language, being the vernacular of well-nigh 2 millions of our contemporaries. Its knowledge will help us to acquire a better understanding of the origin of the early history of Egyptian civilization, of that of the Chaldeans, and of the nations of Asia Minor. It will also illumine the darkness that surrounds the primitive traditions of mankind.
Adam is in the Egyptian records. He is named in the Egyptian records very clearly. You will see him under the name Atum, and Atum becomes Adam. He is Amun. He is the founder of Egypt. That's your Adam of the Genesis account, of the biblical account. It's Atum. Atum becomes Adam. He's the same guy. and it's Amen, under his several names of Amen and Amun and Amun and all of those. So when you get into the biblical records, you're going to get to Revelations 3 and 14. You're going to see a strange verse that talks about this man called Amen, A-M-E-N, who lived at the first of creation. Well, for you to understand that, you have to understand that Genesis is not talking about the creation of the world. That's a mistake that we thought Genesis is talking about. Genesis is a record of Egypt, of the African nation, the empire that became known as Egypt. These are the Egyptian priests writing the history of their nation. And that part was adopted and put into the biblical writings along with later accounts of what was happening in Egypt. And so they're beginning it at the formation of Egypt, when Amen lived. That's why when Cain kills his brother, he's concerned that people in the world will kill him for the murder that he's committed. And it says that when he left this place, he went into a city and took himself a wife. Well, if you've got Adam and Eve and Cain and Abel, and now Cain has slain his brother, you don't have a city you can go to. You don't have a city of people. You're at the beginning, if this is the beginning of the world. But that's not what that's about. That's an African record about the history of the African civilization that became known as Egypt. Columbus and the churches knew that in his day. He talked about this river Orinoco coming down out of the mountains and saying it originated in paradise. The other strange thing that Columbus mentioned and wrote about, and Washington Irving put it into his biography of Columbus as well, was that Columbus would go around talking about how he was going to capture Jerusalem when he made it into the Americas. Now, some scholars will argue, no, he did not say that he was going to capture Jerusalem in the Americas. Well, we don't have any record of him going to the Middle East to try to capture it over there. He knew that it was over here, and he really did have these high dreams that he would lead the crusade that would recapture ancient Jerusalem. So, when we talk about slave ships and that era, we have to understand that after Columbus, then they sent the armies back in. He had done some of the surveillance work to see where the armies were, some of it. And then they came in. Now, here's the strange thing. When you see Spain come in and capture Mexico, and when they write this history, when Prescott and others wrote this history of the invasion of the Americas, they title it The Invasion and Capture of Mexico and the Invasion and Capture of Peru. Well, if you look on anybody's map, you'll see how far those two lands are apart. And to find Peru, you really have to know something about the Americas, because it's hidden in a mountain on the backside of South America. Well, wow, in a mountain and the other one. But when you talk about an invasion, and you're talking about capturing two places that are as distantly related as Mexico and Peru, that should signal you that something is going on. But that's exactly what was happening. They were capturing the capital, the ancient capital of Egypt, Memphis, that was built in Mexico. That's why all those pyramids are all over that place. And then they went and captured Jerusalem, the other Egyptian capital that had been Thebes in South America. So the clues are everywhere for you to see it. There's a problem in all this. We've got pyramids on the Nile in Northeast Africa. We have Egypt there. Why would you say that Egypt is in the Americas when we can clearly see that Egypt is right here where these pyramids and the Sphinx are? To clear that up, you have to understand that there was an African civil war in the Americas. The biblical writings refer to it in their writings under the book called Exodus and some of those nearby. When these blacks revolted and had this civil war against the other blacks that were Egypt in the Americas, that tore Egypt apart. when you read what was happening in those wars and the killings, the outright slaughters, they will shame what's happening at Rwanda and some of these other places now. Or they will show you that those same kinds of horrendous things were going on in ancient times. And that's what was happening. And they had the upper hand. They were stronger under Moses and Joshua and some of these other African leaders. And they were winning against these African cities that were Egypt. And when you read that they were going to destroy them to their very root, was the understanding. Then those that were able got out of the Americas. They fled, that were running Egypt. And they went, they couldn't go to West Africa because that was one of the bases for the blacks that were known as Hebrews. They had made it to West Africa out of the Americas before they launched their attack on the Americas. So they couldn't go to West Africa. That was the strength. That was walking into the mouth of a lion. So they went around to the eastern side of Africa and formed a second civilization there, an offshoot of the one that had come here. Now, to be clear, the Africans who had formed the Egypt in the Americas had come from Africa to begin with. So the ideas that they brought to the Americas were already flowering in Africa. And when you look at Hatshepsut's temple on the Nile, the ancient temple there, you know, it's clearly written when they talk about the expeditions to Punt that Egypt's understanding was that they had come from a civilization that was this expedition went to. And you can look at the animals that are being loaded on the ships in those drawings, and you can get an idea about where that place was and about where at least the Egyptians during the time of Hatshepsut were saying that they thought they had originally come from, had made their way into the Americas, and that became the beginning of the Egypt in the Americas, so be it. But now they had come back to the eastern side of Africa and started building that Egypt. So archaeologists will tell you we see all these monumental buildings going on from the 12th dynasty coming forward. And that's exactly where I found the autobiography of Moses. It was in the 12th dynasty of Egypt. So it's all right there in the records for you to see what was going on and to be able to piece this thing together. Once they got to the eastern side of Africa, now you've got two Egypts. And eventually that Egypt came back in, got as strong as it had been at first, and reconquered its cities in the Americas. And you'll see those wars and those narratives from then on, where they're coming in, and they're regaining, and then losing, and then regaining the Americas. Under Pianke, there is a very enlightening record left by that pharaoh. And you will see a part of Brazil still named for him. You know, and people don't discern it. You know, here is Pianke's name, first and last, on these two large districts against the Atlantic coast of Brazil, above the place that's called Sir Egypt del Rey, which meant belonging to the king of Egypt. That still shows on the map too, Sir Egypt del Rey. So you have this land that belonged to Egypt in South America that shows on the maps. And then right above it, you have this huge area of land, two districts. One carries the first name of Pianke, and the second district carries his second name. But under Pianke, he says he came from that area over to Peru, and then he's leaving an itinerary of where he's going in his reconquest of the cities. And he's traveling up through Central America in ships, and he's telling you where the cities are, the ancient cities are. And he's telling you where he's stopping and what he's doing. And eventually he makes it to Mexico, where Memphis was. And he leaves. He left this record that tells you that when he got to Memphis, he just started cursing, you know, because it was out on an island, and they could find no way to attack this city that was out on this island. And black historians don't quite get it. They did not understand that ancient Memphis had been built on an island out in the middle of a man-made lake. A man-made island built out in the middle of a man-made lake. And not in the middle. but out in the lake itself. And this became one of the, what they call the ancient wonders of the world. It was the lake called Tashi, and that lake was still there when the Spaniards came in the 1500s, and they drew illustrations of it, and they wrote about it, you know, and black historians are missing all of this good stuff because they're not turning their sight to the right places. They're not putting the ancient narratives against what they're seeing in the Americas. They want to follow Dr. Van Sertima's groundbreaking work, and I don't know if it's the correct thing to say groundbreaking, since there were others that were influencing Dr. Van Sertima, and he was extending their work. But what he was writing about was a black presence, and for some reason, no one had gone in to check the narratives, the ancient black narratives, to see if they were describing the Americas, and they were. So when you go into those ancient narratives, one of the things you're going to find out is that other blacks came from Central America during another horrendous war, the war called Troy. That's a black war. That's an inter-African war called Troy in Central America. And it's bringing thousands of blacks into this major event. And some of them, many of them, stayed in the Americas and started forming other cities on top of Egypt's cities and building other ones outside of those satellites. And that became known as Achaea, or ancient Greece. African. The Greeks are African, not the people now claiming the name. The ones who are in your ancient narratives, these are Africans. And they were in the Americas, and so when they're building these cities, and they're building them often on top of other cities or extending the other cities, so this becomes Athens, and then you have Sparta sitting there. You have Delphi and Delphi. They have the different ways they want to say it, but you know, anyway, Delphi is sitting there. It's sitting there. Delphi, you will have the Greek accounts from the historians, from the Greek historians, the African historians called Greeks. And they're telling you the history of the city. And when your eyes are open and you're reading the ancient narratives, you will understand that here is the same place that ancient Egypt was talking about as well. And the biblical record is talking about it too, because this is one of the most famous oracles in all the world. Here is where the people came, the leaders came, the presidents of the nations, their pharaohs, would come and ask the oracle, what say you? What should I do? Should I invade? Should I fight this? Should I join this alliance? What does God tell me I should do? And the oracle is sitting there at Delphi in Central America. And this is the place that Horus had come and taken once he defeated Cain, the biblical Cain, who is ancient Egypt's Khan, Khon. Once he defeated Heracles or Khan or Khonsu, now he's in power, and he makes this oracle become his. So its history goes all the way back 22,000 years before Alexander the Great. That temple is sitting there. That oracle is sitting there. And they would have games there, like the Olympic Games. These are the Pythian Games, every 4 years. And you will see what they call ball courts. When you find modern white scholars, they go all over the Central America looking for the ball courts, the Maya ball courts. These are not ball courts. These are the stadiums where they were having these athletic and musical games and competitions. This is the Delphi Games, and that's why you're going to have a stadium there for the competitions that were going on there at Delphi. But now, we're up to date. So let me bring us to this year. You asked about the place, Delta.
Oh, yeah.
I found the ancient African records that described everything about the city, from the way the city is laid out, from the hills to the river, the situation, where it was, where the river is, where the stadium is, which monuments are there, what they look like. It named them, showed you where they are. And then it came to this amazing building. And they say, in this building are the paintings where the warriors would gather and talk. This is the painted temple. And then it would go in and start describing the scenes that are painted on the wall. And you have over 200 people painted in the temple. And Agamemnon, the African, I said the African called Agamemnon is there, and the African called Achilles is there, and the African that was David's mother, King David's mother is there, and the famous Africans and that were called Greeks and the famous Africans that were called Trojans are painted all over this temple with their actual portraits by one of the most famed painters at that time.
Wow.
And the descriptions are there. And they tell you, here's Agamemnon, and this is what he has up under his left arm. This is what he's wearing. This is the kind of helmet he has on. This is what he's doing with his hand. He's standing. The man before him is kneeling. The one to the side of him is laying down. The one behind him is Achilles, and this is what he has on, and this is what he's doing. And behind him, over to the back, is a woman holding a baby, and the baby is holding his hands up to his eyes. When you have these kinds of descriptions, and then you find a temple in Central America that has every one of these images still painted in it, then you found ancient Delphi. And that's what was found. So when I told National Geographic in 2008, I was going to hold it. I didn't want to give it to them because I knew that ancient record had a lot more information. And I said, if I give this to them, they're going to go into the African king's tomb and start pulling those kings out, just like they're doing in Egypt. And I held it. I held it for 10 years. I just would not give it. But then I said, if I'm not going to be able to get blacks to understand and accept their own history, I've got to get one of the mainstream groups to publish the stories so that our blacks can finally believe their own history. And so I gave National Geographic one of the ancient accounts about Delphi to show them what was there and to show them that temple was described in detail. That was June 2008. And the woman wrote back, "Thank you, Horace. I am amazed at this," and she's going on. But, Horace, I am not able to, her word, entice the magazine to run the story. And then I went to USA Today. Dan Vergano is the science writer. And Dan seemed to be very, very interested, and we talked, and I shared information with him, and we went back and forth for a couple of months. And he says, I want this story, and then the next thing I heard was my editor won't run it unless a Maya scientist or scholar confirms it. Well, they never confirmed Dr. Van Sertima's findings. In fact, when I talked to one of them in Dallas, he admitted, Horace, there's no Mayanist who values their career who will admit that there is a black presence in pre-Columbian America. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
What?
So they knew what they were asking me to do. They knew that they were asking me to get an approval that was not going to be gotten. See, so that kills that story with USA Today. All right, so then I said, well, let me just talk to an archaeologist, a scholar who I've talked with some years before, and I went to the professor at Harvard, Dr. David Carrasco, and I gave him the same information, said, here's Delphi. Vet it, you know, and I need your help on getting the story broken. And he was very interested, and all of a sudden the contact stopped, couldn't reach him, he was gone, and his university finally told me he had taken sabbatical. Next thing I know, the story broke in January of this year that they have found the tomb beneath the painted temple at the city of Bonampak in Mexico. Well, that's Delphi. These are the writings that I gave them. And they did exactly what I knew they would do. They would start pulling out the ancient African kings. And that was their interest. They were not interested in showing the world that this was ancient Delphi and that these were the Africans that were Agamemnon and Achilles. They were not interested in that. They were not going to tell the world that the Greeks were blacks. Their interest was directly into getting to that tomb of that man who was buried, who the description said was buried beneath the painted temple, beneath the second room of the painted temple. And they went directly in it. Now, the explanation they gave was, we found this tomb doing conservation work using sonar. And when I gave that to other archaeologists, they just laughed at it. That's not how we do conservation work. They didn't find that using sonar doing conservation work. They used sonar to see if those descriptions were correct in saying that that was a tomb with a man inside beneath that second room of paintings. And when they saw that those ancient writings were correct, they went into the tomb and published that story. It's everywhere on the net. The tomb discovered at Bonampak in Mexico. So that brings us there. Now, if you are an occult interest in your network, there is an occult attachment to the story. That man that's buried in that tomb was one of the most feared men, one of the most feared men that had lived on the time of the Trojan War. This is Achilles' son, who had desecrated religion and the temples and had done some things that were just so horrendous that when people heard of it, they could not believe that a man had done such a thing to offend God. And at that time, gods, you know, they just could not believe that someone had done what this man had done. And for what he did, the sacrilege he did when he went to Delphi, they killed him. And they buried him in that temple. And that's whose tomb they opened. One of the most feared men. And not long after that, Haiti's grounds crumbled. And you might not understand this, but once that happened, then the rain started falling on Peru and started washing away the roads there. That's a country that hardly experiences rain. But here's a rain so heavy that it washed out the roadways and stranded visitors to Machu Picchu. The ground broke in Haiti. The rains came at Peru after they went in that man's tomb. Anyway, that's your story of Delphi. Well, they will tell you that when you find these major pockets of Africans in South America, and even at the place where Ivan Van Sertima had come from in Guyana, they'll tell you that's a remnant of what was brought over during slavery. There were slaves, and there were not slaves. There were Africans kidnapped and taken out of Africa and brought into South America, of course. But when you have over 22,000 years of history of blacks in the Americas, they didn't all pack up and leave the Americas when Spain came in and started invading. So yeah, you're going to have the black cities, the ancient black cities, and the blacks themselves and their descendants in South America. So Brazil was major. It's my belief that whole nation called Brazil is named for the African who saved King David. You'll see that in the Old Testament writings that when his son took the city, Absalom came in to take David's throne, he fled. And he went to West Africa. He went to Mali. They call it M-A-H-L-I, but it's Mali. It's M-A-L-I, Mali in West Africa. And that the king there who took him under his wing and kept him, who kept King David, they'll call him Mount Barzillai. but you just flip your R and your A and put it where it is. So either Brazil should be Barzilla, or the king's name in the Old Testament should be spelled a little differently. But I'm thinking Brazil is named for that king that helped David. In fact, when you read the biblical account, south of the Amazon River is Moab, which is going to put you right back in West Africa where this king was. So all those things are related. Yeah, there are Africans that were in the Americas long before the transatlantic kidnapping.
In the West, making religious images was never as controversial as in the Byzantine Empire. The piety of the Middle Ages desired direct access to the Lord and his saints. Material objects that had been in contact with the body of Christ while he was here on earth were eagerly sought. In Rome, the Lateran Palace was the residence of the medieval popes. There, they amassed one of the greatest collection of relics in the world. In 1277, Pope Nicholas III rebuilt the papal chapel, which had been destroyed by fire, and decorated it with paintings, precious stone revetments, and sumptuous mosaics. The chapel was called the Sancta Sanctorum, the Holy of Holies, because of its precious relics, which pilgrims still come to venerate. They climbed the 28 steps of the Scala Sancta, the holy stairs, on their knees. Inside is the most famous icon in Rome. It is a full-length image of Christ, painted on canvas mounted on wood, now thought by scholars to date around 600 AD. Covered since the 13th century with a silver casing, only its repainted face is now visible. This is a powerful image, haunting in its directness, and it was believed in the Middle Ages to be a miraculous one. The painting, it was said, was begun by the evangelist Luke, but completed by an angel. The most popular so-called true likeness in the West was preserved not far away at the Vatican in St. Peter's. It became an object of intense devotion in the later Middle Ages.
Only certain symbolic images, such as the cross, were permitted. For over 100 years, a civil war raged throughout the Byzantine Empire. Iconoclasts, the destroyers of images, pitched against iconophiles, the friends of images. The vehemence of the controversy can be detected from this manuscript illustration. A standard Eastern-style crucifixion shows Christ in a long robe, being stabbed in the side by the spear of the Roman centurion Longinus. This image is contrasted below with an iconoclast, a smasher of images, whitewashing over the painting of Christ. In other words, those that destroy his sacred image are as guilty as those who crucified him in the first place. After iconoclasm was defeated in 843, many of the destroyed or whitewashed images were restored. The Emperor Leo VI confirmed the veneration of sacred images. It is significant that among the first public portrayals of Christ after the ending of iconoclasm was this mosaic in the entrance to what was then the greatest church in Christendom, Hagia Sophia, in Constantinople. As Christ sits enthroned in glory, at his feet, a penitent emperor kneels in submission, pleading for forgiveness. Above him, the Mother of God, the special protector of Constantinople, uses the same gesture to intercede on the emperor's behalf. The great apse inside Santa Sophia had already been decorated with a new mosaic of the Virgin Mary with the Christ child on her lap, replacing the one that had been torn down during iconoclasm. The inscription alongside says, "The images which the impostors had cast down, here pious emperors have again set up."
Why would the white man be so concerned to get us to stop saying nigger? Because whether we like it or not, and whether it was a derogatory term, whether they was mispronounced a Negro or whatever, it was still an ancient word for blackness in the alchemical term. But one of the keys to this word, right here, I'm more interested in you understanding, stopping this word now, is there's no vowels in the African language, in an ancient language, so the word nigger is the same as the word nega. And the word nega is the divine serpent, the Kundalini energy of the Kundalini serpent. And the Kundalini serpent now is upon us, because the Kundalini serpent is what's giving global warming. Now, you need to go get An Inconvenient Truth by Al Gore. Real serious piece on
the documentary on
global warming. You gotta see it. Because I told the people in Baltimore that the global warming is coming from your Kundalini or our Kundalini energy. Now, they talk about it in Peter Tompkins' book, The Mysteries of the Mexican Pyramids, that they had a group of people, Native Americans, that used to do this ritual every year to unlock the Earth's Kundalini, or the fire snake, or the divine serpent. As above, so below. There's a serpent in the sky, there's a serpent in the earth, and there's a serpent, in us. And this is this particular fire snake. Now, this is what is the global warming. All this greenhouse gas is bull. They've been having carbon emissions for the last 100 years or more. So all this green, that's not what's going on. These icebergs are not melting, and they're showing these mountains falling in the sea by the thousands. They said, well, we're not really worried about Greenland. We are worried about Antarctica. So they went down to Antarctica, and it's melting. So the occult people know that it's not greenhouse gases. When you say the word nega, it's a mantra to unleash Kundalini energy. So black people, I say, well, you can persuade the bourgeoisie to stop saying the word, but you ain't gonna get them niggas in the hood to stop saying that in the hip hop group. That is it is a part of the language. See what I'm saying? But here it is, it's something that was derogatory that they call us. You see what I'm saying? That now, as a result, is a weapon to destroy them, because this mantra, when you say it, and if a certain amount of people say the word nega, 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 or nigga, 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 it's the same thing. And I'm quite sure we saying this thing every 45 seconds, or every 2 seconds, until they understand that this is a mantra to raise the Kundalini energy. Talk about the negas in there. You get your boys tape Eugene Adams, Africans in Asia, or whatever, and then he talks about the negas. So this is the Kundalini energy. So they're trying to get the people to stop, but we're saying that this. So what we're talking about here is, we're talking about the 1990s, when we talk about these days coming, and even Delbert Blair said, well, he believed that you need to watch the weather, because the weather was the most important thing, because it will tell you things on what's going on, because the apocalypse is going on inside of us, but it's also going on in a world that is directly, concurrently riding with our world. Let me explain what this stuff is. But a lot of things here, it won't be like the Bible, the locusts and all the stuff that you see in the whole Revelation stuff like that. They're still waiting on all this foolishness. It's going to be the weather. The weather is so nature itself. You see what I'm saying?
When Alexander entered Egypt, he wrote home to his mother and said that he at last reached the land where the Greek gods began, Apollo and Zeus. And he wanted to consult one of the great African teachers of oracles. And the oracle asked, how old is this man? He said, 32. They said, in 20 years, maybe he'll be wise enough to ask me a question that I care to answer.